And you can be very proud of this in Cluj, to have a CEO for 26 years now here. Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, distinguished guests, on behalf of Marcel and the entire team, I would like to welcome you to this extraordinary event. It is a very brave and bold step by Marcel to organize this event against the background of COVID-19 and the war in the Ukraine. We want to take you all with us today in brand new thinking and thinking out of the box. And of course, we stand with our friends in the Ukraine. There will be a focus in this event on the actual developments and the consequences for the aviation industry. But all over, recovery of the aviation industry and restart is a challenge for all of us. Air traffic is international, and aviation event is going international. We started in Tenerife, Bologna, and now Cluj. We will discuss the most important and current challenges and possible solutions for growth and survival of our industry. Today we welcome experts, top executives, and media accompanying us here in Cluj. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced that important messages for our aviation industry coming from Cluj today. Now I would like to hand over the floor to our hosts in Cluj. First of all, to Vasil Dincu, Minister of National Defense of Romania. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Mă bucur de statutul de oaspete. I am from Cluj.
You're from Cluj. Very good.
Sunt foarte bucuros că în acest moment România și în același timp orașul nostru devine centru al aviației europene prin acest eveniment. Cred că tradiția noastră în aviație merită acest lucru și, în același timp, sunt sigur că concluziile pe care o să le aibă această conferință vor fi unele importante pentru piața aeroporturilor și pentru aviație în general. Vreau să spun câteva lucruri din două perspective aici. Din perspectiva mea ca fost ministru al dezvoltării regionale, cred că una din temele pe care am văzut-o aici, cea a aeroporturilor regionale și a pieței legate de aeroporturile regionale, este foarte importantă. Și a doua, sigur că o temă despre care vreau să vorbesc ca o viitoare perspectivă în ceea ce privește dezvoltarea pieței și a economiei aviației regionale, cea a mobilității militare. Câteva lucruri despre aeroporturile regionale și serviciile aeriene regionale. Cred că în acest moment, atât COVID-ul, epidemia, pandemia de COVID, cât și războiul din Ucraina, ne arată cât de importante sunt aeroporturile regionale și toate afacerile care apar în jurul acestor aeroporturi, pentru că sunt generatoare de creștere economică. Aeroporturile nu sunt o consecință a dezvoltării. Aeroporturile sunt, în primul rând, un generator de dezvoltare. Și aceasta este un lucru foarte important. Aeroportul din Cluj este cel mai bun exemplu pentru modul în care se dezvoltă o regiune sau câteva regiuni în sensul românesc și cum contribuie un aeroport regional la acest lucru. Din păcate există o tendință atât a Comisiei Europene cât și o tendință câteodată a puterilor naționale de a nu da destulă importanță dezvoltării regionale. Există statele naționale câteodată au o frică în a se dezvolta în această direcție. Trebuie să le considerăm elemente cheie și trebuie susținute. Pentru că un alt lucru care este foarte important, aeroporturile regionale sunt elementul cheie al mobilității în Europa. Și aici aș spune că trebuie să găsim aici, și asta este încercarea și a guvernelor, am participat la câteva guverne în care, din păcate, nu am reușit să facem, din cauze umane de multe ori, câteva lucruri, să legăm aceste aeroporturi regionale de transport intermodal. Acesta este un lucru, după părerea mea, foarte important. Aș mai spune că o să discutăm probabil în această conferință despre aceste lucruri. Este nevoie de realism atunci când ne gândim la dezvoltarea aeroporturilor regionale. E adevărat, trebuie susținute, dar este nevoie de realism pentru că există tendința și în Europa, există și în România, de a prolifera aeroporturi regionale în zone în care nu se pot dezvolta economic. Aici, dincolo de patriotismele locale, eu cred că este nevoie să ne gândim și cu siguranță dumneavoastră ca profesioniști o să veniți cu soluții în această idee. Sunt sigur că dumneavoastră ca profesioniști știți bine acest lucru. Adică eu cred că trebuie să ne uităm în ce măsură dezvoltarea unui aeroport regional, și noi avem în România foarte multe aeroporturi regionale, poate fi susținută pe baza ideii că există un interes comun bine definit. Sigur că există, fiecare zonă ar vrea să aibă un aeroport. Am văzut cereri la Guvernul României cu o grămadă de proiecte fanteziste privind aeroporturi în zone care sunt de interes local, nu de interes regional și nici de interes național și european. Am văzut un aeroport nou care avea o prognoză de dezvoltare a traficului în viitor de 5 milioane de pasageri peste 20 de ani. Este imposibil acest lucru. Dar asta nu înseamnă că guvernele nu trebuie să sprijine acest lucru și, de asemenea, Comisia Europeană. Sunt sigur că apelul pe care o să-l faceți este tocmai la acest tip de raționalitate. Apoi, trebuie să vedem caracterul adecvat al măsurilor de ajutor. Măsurile de ajutor pentru aeroporturi, și Guvernul României a sprijinit în COVID, știți bine, aeroporturile regionale, măsurile trebuie să fie adecvate. De asemenea, trebuie să aibă un efect stimulativ măsurile pe care guvernele le aduc. Să fie un ajutor proporțional cu nevoile. Dar toate acestea dumneavoastră le știți foarte bine și cred că veți sprijini guvernele pentru ca să înțeleagă mai bine provocările cu care ne lovim în acest moment și nevoile pe care piața aeroporturilor regionale și a serviciilor aeroportoare regionale o au în acest moment. Și pentru că este un cuvânt mai degrabă de salut, eu aveam o conferință întreagă despre, cum văd eu, dezvoltarea, legătura dintre mobilitatea militară și aeroporturi regionale. Cred că noua situație, drama care a apărut acum prin invazia Rusiei în Ucraina, ne arată încă un lucru care trebuie să-l luați în calcul și care poate fi o opțiune pentru a finanța în viitor adecvat afacerile din domeniul aeroporturilor regionale. Cred că ne-am dat seama în aceste momente cât de importantă este mobilitatea militară. Mobilitatea militară va fi asociată în viitor cu siguranță cu dezvoltarea acestor afaceri care sunt importante aeroporturilor și aviației regionale. Sunt sigur că statele și Comisia Europeană vor găsi soluții pentru ca să legăm împreună aceste tipuri de business-uri. Ceea ce înseamnă nevoia noastră de a acoperi, din perspectiva securității naționale, cât mai bine teritoriul Europei, de a avea o autonomie europeană bine definită în a construi o mobilitate militară sau, cum spunem noi în documentele militare, o infrastructură dual use, de dublă folosință. Orice aeroport regional, și ne-a demonstrat în acest moment hub-ul nostru umanitar de la Suceava, orice aeroport regional poate deveni un important obiectiv militar, la un moment dat, într-o strategie de securitate națională. Sunt foarte bucuros să cunosc atâtea personalități din zona aviației europene în această zi. Sunt sigur că o să fiți cu toți oaspeți, o să fiți încântați de orașul nostru, de regiunea noastră, de Transilvania și de România, evident. Doresc succes lucrărilor și sper că Ministrul Transporturilor, prietenul meu, vicepremierul Grindeanu, care m-a rugat să vă salut din partea domniei sale, va avea un raport de concluzii la final care să ne sprijine pe noi în Guvernul României să venim cu o politică adecvată pentru dezvoltare regională și pentru dezvoltarea comunităților. Să nu uităm că regiunea este foarte importantă și că nu subminează în niciun fel statul național și nici centralizarea necesară pentru dezvoltarea țării și a Europei. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult, succes!
Thank you very much, Excellency. And now please welcome Irina Munteanu, the Cluj County Governor. Thank you very much for joining us today and addressing us. Thank you.
Honorable officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by thanking you for giving me this opportunity to take part in such an important event for our county. It is a privilege for us to host the first Romanian edition of this international conference in Cluj-Napoca, alongside so many important aviation professionals and leaders, representatives of all relevant national authorities, CEOs of Romanian and European airports, the EU Transport Commissioner, and representatives of the Romanian and European Parliament. I wish you welcome to Cluj-Napoca. I am firmly convinced that the topics of the event will provide a great opportunity for all participants to raise awareness of the current challenges in the field of aviation and identify proper solutions in order to overcome all the difficulties. A well-developed infrastructure will allow our airport to generate significant economical benefits for the entire Northwest region. We take pride in the fact that over the last 2 years, Cluj-Napoca Airport, International Airport, has turned into Romania's second biggest airport after Bucharest in terms of passenger traffic, the biggest regional airport and relevant medium-sized airport in Central and Eastern Europe. I would like to emphasize the incredible teamwork that the local and county authorities have carried out in this difficult period combating COVID-19 pandemics. Due to a very efficient collaboration with the Cluj International Airport in 2021, we set up a vaccination center inside the airport, an initiative that enables citizens to travel in the European intra-community area without further testing and self-isolation requirements. Almost 5,000 people had been vaccinated since this center opened. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Mr. Ciceo, the CEO of Cluj International Airport, for his support. I'm proudly grateful to have had the opportunity to work together during the pandemics, and I congratulate him for managing an airport that has become the main gateway to Transylvania. Let me conclude my intervention by thanking you all for being here and wishing you once more a warm welcome to Cluj County and welcome to Cluj-Napoca. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Munteanu. And now we have the honor to welcome the Deputy Mayor of Cluj-Napoca City, Dan Stefan Taschak.
Doamnelor și domnilor, aș vrea să vă urez, în primul rând, din partea domnului primar Emil Boc și al Consiliului Local, bun venit la Cluj-Napoca, bun venit în inima Transilvaniei. Municipiul Cluj-Napoca și Aeroportul Internațional Avram Iancu au crescut împreună de-a lungul anilor. Dacă municipiul Cluj-Napoca s-a bucurat de recunoaștere internațională, fie că discutăm de capitala europeană a tineretului, fie că discutăm de oraș al sportului, fie că discutăm de oraș al filmului, Aeroportul Internațional Cluj-Napoca s-a bucurat de recunoaștere internațională prin companiile aviatice care au venit aici. Aeroportul Internațional Avram Iancu este un portal de conectivitate cu Europa. Acesta cred că este punctul principal de plecare. Nu asigură doar un transport dintr-o parte într-alta a Europei, ci cred că conectează afaceri, cred că conectează oameni, cred că conectează comunități, cred că se scurtează timpul acelor români care vor să meargă să-și viziteze copiii sau scurtează timpul celor care își doresc să meargă într-o vacanță. Mai mult de atât, cred că împreună am învățat și învățăm ce este reziliența. Împreună trebuie să facem față provocărilor pe care le avem astăzi și cred că tot împreună trebuie să analizăm comportamentele oamenilor în funcție de diferite evenimente care se întâmplă mai aproape sau mai departe de noi. Și aici aștept cu mare nerăbdare concluziile acestei conferințe, pentru că dumneavoastră sunteți specialiștii și așteptăm foarte clar să vedem care este direcția în care ar trebui să mergem. Aș vrea să vă mai spun că îmi doresc ca pe viitor să mai fie astfel de conferințe aici în municipiul Cluj-Napoca și aș vrea pe această cale să reafirm suportul pe care îl acordă municipiul Cluj-Napoca dezvoltării aeroportului. Și chiar dacă atribuțiile noastre nu sunt în a asigura conectivități cu restul regiunii, ci doar în interior, vreau să vă spun că avem un interes major în a asigura o mai bună conectivitate a aeroportului cu restul municipiului, fie că discutăm de tren metropolitan, fie că discutăm de o conectivitate cu metrou până aproape de aeroport și cred că aceste lucruri trebuie să facă parte de acum înainte din prioritatea noastră. Așa cum am mai spus-o de mai multe ori, Aeroportul Internațional Avram Iancu este principala poartă de intrare a banilor în regiunea Transilvaniei. Și vă felicit pentru acest lucru și, domnule director, dați-mi voie să vă felicit pentru performanța pe care ați făcut-o în ultimii 20 de ani de când sunteți director al acestui aeroport. În încheiere, aș vrea să vă urez încă o dată bun venit la Cluj-Napoca. Vă urez să aveți o ședere plăcută aici la Cluj-Napoca și să reveniți împreună cu prietenii, împreună cu familia în Cluj-Napoca și să vă bucurați de tot ceea ce vă oferă regiunea Transilvaniei. Vă mulțumesc și vă doresc să aveți o conferință deosebită.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tasha. Now, last but not least, we welcome Viorel Federica, the President of the Board of Cluj Airport International.
Bună dimineața! Stimate domnule ministru al Apărării Naționale Vasile Dâncu, stimate doamnă prefect Irina Munteanu, stimate domnule director general al SEIOL Luis Felipe de Oliveira, stimate doamne și stimați domni, onorată instanță, asistență. În numele întregului Consiliu de Administrație, doresc în primul rând să vă mulțumesc pentru faptul că ați ales să fiți astăzi aici în Cluj-Napoca, la Aeroportul Internațional Avram Iancu, pentru a lua parte la unul dintre cele mai importante evenimente de aviație din România și de pe plan european din anul 2022. Ne bucurăm enorm să avem astăzi aici, alături de noi, nume deosebit de importante ale aviației civile europene și internaționale, alături de care să putem discuta despre prezentul și viitorul sectorului aviatic și despre problemele actuale ale aviației din Europa de Est. Organizarea la Aeroportul Internațional Cluj a Conferinței Internaționale Aviation Event 2022 Cluj este o realizare deosebit de importantă pentru aviația din România și aici doresc să-i mulțumesc în primul rând domnului director David Cicio și echipei lui pentru eforturile constante din ultimii 25 de ani de a construi și plasa acest aeroport în elita aeroporturilor regionale de referință din Europa. Pandemia COVID-19 a generat o criză fără precedent pentru aviația civilă la nivel mondial și toate aeroporturile au fost nevoite să găsească soluții prin care să depășească acest context economic dificil. În această situație, Aeroportul Internațional Cluj a reușit să depășească cu bine perioada cea mai dificilă a crizei sanitare și să recupereze 50% din traficul anual pre-pandemic în anul 2021, iar pentru anul 2022 se așteaptă aproximativ 2 milioane de pasageri. Revenirea la traficul de aproape 3 milioane de pasageri este așteptată abia în anul 2024. Un alt fenomen deplorabil, să spun, criza din Ucraina, ce a urmat crizei sanitare, ne-a adus în situația de a fi solidari cu cetățenii ucrainieni care au fugit din calea războiului și au ajuns la Cluj-Napoca. În acest sens, Aeroportul Internațional Cluj a oferit asistență tuturor pasagerilor ucrainieni ce au trecut pragul, așa cum operatorilor aerieni care au oferit bilete gratuite pentru cetățenii ucrainieni, le-au fost acordate o serie de facilități. Pentru perioada următoare, managementul aeroportului are un plan extrem de ambițios pentru atingerea aproximativ 7 milioane de călători în 2040, iar Consiliul de Administrație susține în totalitate aceste proiecte, deoarece, în definitiv, dezvoltarea unui aeroport va contribui fundamental în viitor la creșterea economică a întregii regiuni. Aeroportul Internațional Cluj a reprezentat cu mândrie aviația civilă din România la nivel european și internațional pe parcursul ultimelor 2 decenii, iar premiul ASEI International Europe pentru cel mai bun aeroport din Europa din categoria sub 5 milioane de pasageri anual, obținut în anul 2021, este doar o reconfirmare a importanței acestui aeroport pentru întreaga regiune. Vă mulțumim încă o dată tuturor acelora dintre dumneavoastră care a susținut demersurile organizării acestui eveniment la Aeroportul Internațional Cluj și vă dorim mult succes în toate proiectele pe care le întreprindeți. Din partea mea și din partea Consiliului de Administrație, vă dorim bine ați venit și ședere plăcută la Cluj. Mulțumesc!
Thank you very much, Mr. Federica, and thank you very much to all our hosts in Cluj again. Now we have a short video presentation by the Transport Commissioner, European Commission, Adina Valian. And please listen to this and look into this video presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is meant to be a celebratory event. Each and every one of us must help in our own ways, with our best means, to make their journey as smooth as possible. The example set by Wizz Air is a proof of our European values. I hope other companies will follow their lead. I'm proud of our joint European response so far, and I'm proud also when I see how we have managed to pull through the last weeks and years with a renewed sense of partnership and purpose. From the outset of the COVID pandemic, the EU acted quickly to support the aviation sector with flexibility on state aid and public service obligations, as well as slot relief. Our air services temporary framework also allowed airlines in difficulty to retain their license and the ground handling service providers to extend contracts, while the rapid and efficient rollout of the digital COVID certificate helped boost travel. In spite of the challenges, the air and aeronautics industry has also continued to rethink aviation and commit to structural reforms. I very much appreciate the sector's commitment to an ambitious decarbonization strategy. These joint efforts are needed for EU aviation to remain competitive, relevant and socially sustainable, not to mention to increase its resilience and remain a global frontrunner. Our Refuel EU aviation proposal, adopted last summer, which aims to support aviation's sustainable transition by rolling out sustainable aviation fuels, gives clear signal on the way forward. Doamnelor și domnilor, Aeroportul Internațional Cluj a arătat că se poate adapta noilor provocări și că știe să folosească oportunitățile pe care piața unică europeană le oferă aviației. Ați înregistrat o creștere spectaculoasă de pasageri, de la 400.000 în 2007 la aproape 3 milioane în 2019, ceea ce v-a adus și recunoașterea europeană cu premiul ACI pentru cel mai bun aeroport european sub 5 milioane de pasageri chiar anul trecut. Vă felicit pentru asta. Vă felicit și în același timp vă și încurajez să fiți în continuare un model de dezvoltare, bune practici, regional și internațional. Evenimentul de astăzi e o ocazie excelentă de a pune în discuție viitorul Aeroportului Internațional Cluj în contextul revenirii economice a întregului sector aviatic. Vă doresc mult succes și vă mulțumesc!
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next keynote, I will hand over the moderation to Marcel Rivalski.
Short break. I hope you didn't get bored. Marcel Rivalski, good morning to everybody. Welcome in Cluj. Welcome to aviation event. And now we have our next highlight in the program, in our agenda. We have guests here from Cluj, from Cluj County, from Romania, from I think 18 countries right here in Europe. And we have a guest, I don't know, from Canada and Brazil. He comes from Brazil and he lives in Canada. Welcome on the stage, Luis Felipe de Oliveira, Director General of ACI World. Felipe, we can have a seat, yeah? How was your journey to Cluj? Direct flight from Canada, or where did you come from?
Well, during the last month is time for the first thing in the last 2 years I'm joining and I'm running ACI World. I was able in the last 2 months to visit Asia for the first time as ACI World, visit Africa, Middle East, and finally here in Cluj. Basically, I came from the Middle East, and finally tomorrow, after 2 weeks of travel, I'm going back to see my family in Montreal. But I'm happy to see this movement and see the flights full and see all of you in person in Cluj.
Maybe we can drop some words before coming to our hardcore aviation topics. Can you explain roughly what is ACI, what is ACI Europe, and what is ACI World? Because not everybody here knows all these details and differences.
That is great to clarify these points. We are an organization that we are a confederated organization. Different than other global organizations, we have the independent ACI World and independent regions that runs ACIs in the regions like ACI Europe, ACI North America, ACI Latin America, ACI Africa, and ACI Asia Pacific Middle East. However, we have the same board, and I'm happy to say that Mr. David Titeo is one of my board members as well, and we represent 2,000 airports around the world. Basically, I would like to mention that I have an exciting job with the 2,000 bosses. It doesn't matter the size of the airports, I think I need to be present in these opportunities to talk and understand what's happening in different parts of the world, independent of the size of the airport. ACI Europe play a key role in the development of the ACI approach in the European region, and my colleague Olivier Jakonovic is the head of ACI Europe and is running a fantastic job supporting the developed aviation sector and supporting the development of the airports here in Europe, advocating in name of the industry, in name of our airports.
And how many airports worldwide are you representing? And is it mandatory to be ACI member as a worldwide airport? And what's the minimum criteria from what level on you consider, let's say, a place to land as an airport, to be honest? What's the criteria to be member? And yeah, is it really worldwide? Any country, any airport can get a member if wanted?
As I mentioned, we have 2,000 airports globally speaking, and that represents 96.5% of the global passenger traffic. It's voluntary basis that shows that the intention of the airports to join ACI is very important. And we are here to collaborate and support the airport sector to improve safety, security, and good practices around the world. That's why the welcome of any size of the airport is important for us. And I think when we compare with other international organizations, our reach in terms of the number of the passengers is really impressive, and we really cover the world.
It was mentioned before by the speakers we had this morning, by the Commissioner, by the Defense Minister, Ukraine crisis. How is ACI handling this crisis? I say almost this crisis again, not meaning another Ukraine, but after COVID, after this and that happened. How is ACI World handling that, let's say, European topic worldwide?
Well, it's tough that we still continue to making the same errors we did in the past. As a grandson of immigrants that moved to Brazil a lot of time ago because of the same issues, I feel touched by the situation. And we as an airports, we are key elements, and I would like to mention a quote from my former colleague in IATA, Alexandre de Juniac, that the aviation is a business of freedom. And freedom means we are able to move from one side to the other. And it's very difficult to see the situation that we are facing right now, with people need to flee their countries, with the losses and damages, and we are really touched by that. And in that case, and considering the way that you run our business in our relationships with the regions, ACI Europe is doing a great job in terms of an association with Airlink. You can reach that in our websites, and that's now covered to the world, where we are supporting the relief of humanitarian help in the countries, in the border of Ukraine, to supporting the refugees and supporting the people who are most needed these efforts right now. That's why I'm pleased that we are an airport industry are playing this key role in the supportive area and how we can help the people be in a better place, and how we can help the people with financial resources as well to provide this. Airlink is an international organization based in the US, in Washington, and together with more than 20 other NGOs are supporting the efforts in many airports in the region, and we are very pleased to do this support. And our hearts and minds, of course, are with the people that are most affected by this conflict.
Having the fact that you come from Brazil, and are people in Brazil informed what's happening in, let's say, Eastern Europe in kind of this war, or is it far away from you guys down there in South America? How can you describe that?
Yeah, that is a question that is very difficult to answer, because I'm living outside of Brazil for the last 20 years. But of course, the information across the world, and many places I have been visiting, and of course people are seeing what's going on in this conflict.
Coming back to the other crisis, the biggest ever aviation crisis, at least since Second World War, I could say, I believe, the last 2 years, COVID-19. Can you give us a first glimpse on the overview about the situation of 2021? How was the results? Was 21 already the way of recovery or not yet? And are there maybe some regional highlights, some regional differences in your ACI world? Can you precise this a bit?
I took the job in June 2020. I took the first flight.
So in the worst moment ever. Okay.
I took the first flight from Geneva, Paris, Montreal. That was the first flight that was arriving in Montreal to take over my job. And I still, without the possibility to meet all of my team together because of many restrictions. That's why, personally, it was a tough move, a tough job as well. And if we follow the aviation as we are passionate about this industry, we saw the years from 2009 to 2019, maybe the golden years of aviation. We have the best growth in the industry that we never had before. Reaching number of the passengers, we counted double, because in the airports the passengers pass 2 times in the department arrivals, more than 9 billion passengers around the world. That's why it was the golden years that suddenly disappeared in 2020. In 2020, we lost around 70% of the global passenger traffic. 2021, we expect to recover. And I remember I used to be in my airline job or airline association job, and in March 2020 we are talking about the recovery on the summertime. In the summertime we are talking about the recovery in the end of the year in 2020. In the end of the year we're talking about Easter. In the Easter we are talking about the summer again. We are talking about, and we're still in a standstill. That's why 2021, that was the year that we expect the recovery, didn't work very well. We're still losing around 50% of our passengers around the world, and that's affected heavily the income for airlines and for the airports itself. We lost more than 60% of our income in 2021, attached with a plus $130 billion that we lost in 2020, plus $89 billion that we lost in 2021, and we're still expecting to lose around $60 billion in revenue this year. It's a long pathway to recovery, and the regions are recovering in a different way. We saw countries, for example, that took a completely different approach, like Mexico. They are more than 100% they was before in 2019. And there is countries like Singapore that I visited a couple of weeks ago that is still around 15% of the traffic. And that seems clearly that the decisions taken by the governments affect heavily what's happening in the aviation sector. Governments and also regions or countries that have a strong domestic market are recovering faster than others. US, Brazil, Mexico, India, and others are recovering much faster because they have one regulator and one health authority that takes the decision to incentivize the domestic traffic. However, the international traffic is still heavily affected. And this year, in 2021, as you mentioned, around 70% of the international traffic was affected. That's why we was minus 70% rather than minus 40% on the domestic traffic.
Coming from watching back to this year, is there a significant continued recovery on its way, or are we still struggling? Are we still only focusing on the summer season, or even next winter will be stable? What's your outlook?
Well, the people know me for a long time, know me as a very positive person, independent of the circumstances. And I'm more positive than ever. Starting to travel, starting to talk with the airline CEOs, with airline executives, start to talk with the airport executives, I think we are in the right track. We are going in the way that we are now, finally have an understanding, globally speaking, that lockdowns doesn't solve the issue. Travel restrictions just put more pressure on the cost of travel and sometimes doesn't bring the value for the populations that we serve in terms of the protecting them, in terms of the health and hygiene measures. That's why in 2022, we believe that we'll reach until the end of this year around 70% of the traffic of 2019. And we believe that the domestic markets will go even further, reaching 80–85%. However, the international traffic, especially because of the beginning of the year, a little bit more complicated, linked with the Omicron variant, also affect us in terms of our quick restart of the year. And now, in March, we are seeing that we are recovering faster again. That's why the decisions that the governments take really affect, especially the international travel. And we are seeing now, finally, organizations like a World Health Organization talking about that lockdowns does not be used to restrict travel and restrict the opportunities to deal with the health and hygiene measures that we may needed.
Lockdowns doesn't solve the problem. That's what you said. How about the financial stability after so many lockdowns in so many countries with so many different regulators, regulations, and whatever? And again, I'm a bit focusing on next winter because winter will come, even though we all look for the next summer here. And still, not on this planet, not everybody will be vaccinated. And even if so, as we know, Omicron vaccination helps, but doesn't cover the whole story. So, how many lockdowns can the airport industry support anymore? Or is everything covered everywhere by state aid?
First of all, the financial crisis affects the whole aviation ecosystem. I think sometimes we believe the aviation ecosystem is only airport and airlines, but it go much further than that. 60% of the jobs of the industry are inside of these buildings. We have ground handlers, we have restaurants, we have taxi drivers, we have hotels and the tourism sector that is heavily affected. But basically 60% of the jobs of the economy are linked with the jobs that are generated inside of the airports. During the whole pandemic, we were very supportive and we continue to very support for the state aid, especially for the airlines, our main partners. We need to continue to have this support because it's very important that the airlines are in the good conditions to continue to fly. We miss a little bit the support for the airports in the whole aviation sector as well. And going beyond, not being selfish, thinking about the airports, the whole aviation ecosystem. We are an ecosystem that you don't work alone, we don't work without the partners. And be working together and understand the needs and understanding what's happening the other side of the table is very important. Because at the end, we don't have the other side of the table, we have the same side. Having said that, different countries have a different approach in vaccinations. Different countries have the different financial stability to provide the vaccinations as well. That's why I was in Africa, for example, and it's still a lot to cover in terms of vaccinations. That's why how we can cope with the vaccinations in Africa that you restart the travel in Africa, for example. How we can help, how we can work together with China to reopen their markets as well. That's why it's a global issue that we need to continue to work together in terms of how we can focus and how we can reopen the markets. The risk-based approach is the best one to do. That's why basically simply lock countries or simply stop receiving passengers for country A, B, or C just because they are not vaccinated is not an option. And basically what you need to do is an assessment on the passenger itself. And I think we have the technology to do that today, and we have the ways that you can improve the technology as well to reduce, of course, the hassle part of the trip that the passengers need to pass nowadays.
Your, let's say, host country, Canada, is fully open again? People can travel more or less also for next summer, or what's happening here?
Well, I think I will check, but I think if it's the world record of quarantine in the Guinness Book could be applied, I think I'm the one maybe that reached that is world record. Because at the beginning when I moved to Canada, every trip I need to do, even to move my family to Canada, was 15 days of quarantine.
15.
Just to go out of the country, doesn't matter if it was US or any other country. Canada took almost 2 years to reopen. But finally, we are open. And I'm happy that tomorrow will be the first day that I will arrive in Canada after 2 years there, that I don't need to show the PCR or antigen test.
Even though you're vaccinated, yeah?
Now I'm fully vaccinated for a long time, but basically I don't need to show the PCR test. And that's a great advantage, you know, because basically it's not only the hassle to do the test and to provide the test, but basically is the cost attached, you know. How much money we need to spend as a family to travel from A to B if you need to do 3 or 4 PCR tests when you leave and 3 or 4 PCR tests when you come back. Sometimes costs more than the ticket. And I think that financial impact, we need to evaluate it as well. We need to see the importance of doesn't have these restrictions to travel. Of course, vaccination is something that you need to have to go back to Canada, but considering that we are improving the number of the vaccinated people to more than 6 billion people around the world, I think that's something that will help to recover and also to start to travel again.
So then it was the right strategical choice to have aviation event today, have you here, and tomorrow you travel safely home and just walk through the airport. No test, nothing.
No test anymore.
Just passport.
Just passport and the normal immigration process.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, as yesterday at our press conference, you are free to ask your remarks and questions to Luis Felipe. Maybe Sorin and Emanuela, we can get some microphones ready. I hope I feel here I have the right feeling here that there might be some questions. In the time the technical preparations are done, I have one more for you, Felipe. The next year, couple of years, headwinds, challenges. When airport industry, because I see Raphael Schwarzmann from IATA coming very soon, right here. Let's focus on airports now, because I'm pretty much sure he will talk about airlines. When will we, at a global level, be back to what we call back to normal? I don't know what normal is, to be honest, but you know, you have an idea. 2019 and before, and you know, what's your feeling? Yeah? And make it concrete also for a destination like Brazil. When things will be back in kind of tourism and business travel as they had been until January 2020. What's your personal opinion? No statistics, just your
Yeah,
opinion.
no, I would like to mix a little bit of the statistics because we just issue our forecast for the future years. And there is a great document that you must access. Is in our website. You can have this approach and you can see the figures. And as an airport, we believe that the recovery, globally speaking, I'm not going through the details into the regions, but globally speaking, we have the recovery of the domestic markets by 2023, and the recovery of the international markets by 2025. Means goes back to the numbers of 2019. In average, considering domestic and international, 2024 is the year that you believe that you recover full numbers considering 2019. The difference is the markets will be different because we are seeing new routes, and that is my personal opinion, talking with airline CEOs and airport CEOs, routes that we never saw before. Some connectivity that you never saw before started to appear. For many reasons, for travel restrictions in different countries, for the needs to go more directly certain ways. That's why you see this change in the future in terms of how the people travel and how the people use the use of the aviation to go to A to B. Airlines, when they are speaking, they are much more optimistic in terms of the results. That's why I was 2 days ago with Tim Clark from Emirates, and also the Civil Aviation Authority of the United Arab Emirates, an important hub in the world. And they believe that at the end of 2023 is the year of recovery for them. And I like to see that because I like to see the optimism. If our main partners are interested in seeing that this recovery will come early, it's better for us as well. And I think that is a great sign. Personally speaking, I'm working in aviation for the last 25, 26 years.
So like David, yeah, 26 years.
Yeah, I started with 10 years old. In Brazil, you didn't have the rules to start work when I was very early, you know. But jokes apart, and we see that. We already face so many crises, financial crisis, SARS, and others. We are a very resilient industry, and that will be able to come back and come back stronger. And now we have also to think about the sustainability of the industry and the environmental aspects. But I truly believe that we as an industry, in 20 years from now, will reach the double of the size. We, as an industry, represent key economic and social developers for the communities we serve. And seeing the numbers of Cluj, for example, and I'm happy to see that the airport grows exponentially during many years. And compared with the world, the world lost 20 years in aviation, basically from the numbers of 2019, went back for the numbers of 2000 numbers. The numbers from 2020 went back for the numbers of 2000. Basically, we lost 20 years of aviation. And in Cluj, I saw these numbers only half. That's why basically we lost 10 years. And you see the recovery coming as well. And how important is an airport in the society, in the communities that we serve, representing jobs, representing connectivity, representing business. That's why I truly believe that the aviation ecosystem, not only the airports, but airports, airlines, and the whole aviation ecosystem will recover and will continue to bring the social and economic developments that we must bring for the societies we serve. There is headwinds, of course, as always. We have the fuel prices skyrocketing, and that affects, of course, the ability to travel. And affect not only the airlines, you need to go beyond that. Everything is moved by fossil fuels today, and the cost of the food will increase. The financial aspects of the world will be affected by that, and that will generate more poverty. And I think we need to try to use aviation as much as you can to reduce the poverty in the world, bringing jobs and bringing opportunities for the people that we serve. I think that's the most important part.
Are you ready to take a question from the audience? Then we go. Anybody wants to step forward? I know that Professor von Dörnberg, our timekeeper, looks already aggressively on me, but we promised, Adrian. So the ladies first, Hamdi, is that okay? Yeah? Please.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Zapardel. I am a former member of the European Parliament Transport and Tourism Committee and also a big supporter of tourism industry. I was the chair of the Intergroup for European Tourist Development and also a big supporter of the aviation industry. I organize many events in the European Parliament dedicated to the development of the aviation industry, and I think, yes, it's a key tool for the development of our economies. And I'm a big supporter, and I was fighting in the European Parliament for the development and to support in the development of the infrastructure of regional airports. And I want to ask you, the first question is, how we can convince the European institutions to support more the regional airports, because in my point of view, they are very necessary. If you have a big country, you can assure a good connection using only one or two airports. You need regional airports to have good connections, to have a good traffic, to attract tourists, to develop other sectors of your economy. And it's very important for the European institution to understand this subject. And the second question, in the last few days, I made a tour from United Emirates, Dubai, to Brussels, to Bucharest, and today in Cluj. And I was very happy to realize that we have a good traffic of passengers in all the airports. But still, I think that it's not only the will of the airports, of the aviation companies, of every citizen of the world to travel. It's also, we need more support from the institutions. And because you are representing the private sector, tell me which are the 3 steps or the 3 measures urgently to be taken by the national, European or international institution to support the aviation, because you already mentioned how important is the aviation for the development of society and economy. Thank you so much, Mr. Oliveira. Muito obrigado.
The challenge is now that your answer has to be shorter than the question.
Well,
because Adrian is standing there already. You see that, yeah? And we have Hamdi.
Can you continue for half an hour, or you need to finish?
2 minutes.
I will try to be quick, but basically, I think you raise a very important point. 2/3 of the airports in the world are in the deficit even before the pandemic. And basically, most of them are small and medium airports. Second, 2/3 of these airports are also government-owned. That's why we are an organization that have this mix of government and private entities that support, that we support. One of the important points that the legislatory framework cannot restrict the local and regional airports. We are seeing some possible laws that will constrain the regional airports, and that's not good. That's why in terms of the European level, we need to think about that. There is a study that was launched this week by ACI Europe that the restriction of flights from small and medium airports could affect very small part of the carbon emissions in the region, and will affect, of course, the development of these regions as well. And I believe that when you have an airport like in Cluj, for example, you have the development of the society here, we have the universities coming here, we have business coming here. That's why that is very important. In terms of the development, we need to continue with the laws that allow it to continue to fly for these small and medium airports for capillarity as well. That's why that is the main takeaway that I would like to leave on this question, and maybe we can discuss later for a continue of this probably much longer answer that I will bring to you.
Okay, I see already you having a coffee with Claudia later, but I want to take the question of Hamdi. Hamdi from Dalaman in Turkey, please.
Hello. Thank you very much for this meeting, and wish you are successful. I have 2 questions. One of them is how many airports are there in the world, and how many you're member of them? And also, as far as I know, there are 27,000 aircraft in the world. 2/3 of them always flying. And if they all landed, there is not enough airport in the world. So airport business future, what's your expectation? Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned, in the world base, you have 2,000 members around the world, basically divided in private and public sector, where 2/3 are public and 1/3 are private. And that represents 96.5% of the global passenger traffic. Number of the airports in the world, we have thousands and thousands more. Only in US, you have 4,000 airports. But there is a lot of airports that serves the general aviation business, private airports and others that we don't reach in our membership. But we all need to follow the same engagement and the same rules in terms of the safety and security. That's why the work that we do on these aspects are very important to continue to provide the world through ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, a global framework that supports and, of course, affect all the airports that we have in the world, independent if they are members or not of our organization. I don't know if I answer all your questions, but again, we also can continue this discussion because probably go much further than what we discussed now. Thank you.
Hamdi says it's okay, up to the coffee break. So I think Adrian wants to push us away from here. Thank you very much. Adrian, the stage is yours again, and we are leaving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was an excellent outlook, positive outlook for ongoing restart of our industry, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, a little bit, we have a problem because we are running out of time. Q&A is part of all aviation events, of course, but now we have a time slot for 2 keynotes again. From our host and from Raresh Bogdan, member of European Parliament. He will address us with a short keynote.
Actually, Mr. Bogdan is not here, so David will step in and take the following keynote.
I just learned that Mr. Bogdan is not here in our conference, and David, CCO, will do the short opening keynote as our host. Thank you very much, David, again.
Please give a warm welcome to the wonderful host of this prestigious conference, David Chicho, CEO of Cluj.
Bună dimineața, good morning, mulțumesc foarte mult. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming to this event. It's a great honor. We have participants from 20 countries, around 25 airports, more than 10 airlines, and of course other guests. I really appreciate the effort that Mr. Luis Felipe de Oliveira made to come here for our event. As he said, ACI World and ACI Europe are very important organizations. We really feel the support of ACI Europe and of ACI World. Unfortunately, Oliver Jankovic, the Director General of ACI Europe, it was not possible to come today, but he was present and he supported Romanian airports. We had meetings, he participated at the Ministry of Transportation with him, and regarding the question of Ms. Claudia Țapardel, ACI Europe has a great contribution regarding European laws in aviation. And also when Romanian airports, we had problems, they supported us in a lot of aspects. Regarding
Regarding Romanian aviation, we have 17 airports in Romania. We consider, apart from Bucharest, which is the biggest and the most important, every regional airport is very important for Romania. We have also competition, internal, external, but aviation is very important for Romania. How the traffic developed in Romania? In 1999, in total in Romania, we had only 2 million passengers. We managed in 2019 to have 23 million passengers. It's very important aviation for Romania because unfortunately we do not have enough highways, we do not have high-speed trains, so the development of Romanian economy is, I consider, is totally dependent on aviation. It was a big effort for Romanian airports to increase infrastructure in order to accommodate 23 million passengers in 2019. As you can see, and we will see also when we will see Cluj Airport, an important moment was in 2007 when Romania joined the European Union. When Romania joined the European Union, liberalization came, no more bilateral agreements, so it was a big opportunity, and one reason of increase of traffic was liberalization of the traffic. What happened with this crisis? In 2020, we lost 70% of our traffic, and we managed to recover in 2021, and we hope to have around 65% in Romania this year in 2022. Regarding future Romanian market, Luis Felipe mentioned that in the world the traffic will be double. Also, we consider there is great potential in Romania. In 2040, our estimation, we will have almost double. We will have in Romania 42 million passengers. This will mean a big effort for our airports. We have to double our infrastructure, double terminals, double aprons, employees. We have to prepare for this. Regarding our airport, in '96 we had only 2 flights to Bucharest with Antonov 24. We managed to have 2.9 million in 2019, and I would like to thank you, and we all appreciate the participation and the presence of Joseph Vorodi of Wizz Air. In 2007, we signed the contract, almost 15 years of cooperation, and Wizz Air had a great contribution to the development of our airport. It is very, I must emphasize that in 2007, when I signed the contract together with Joseph, we signed for 5 aircrafts based in Cluj. At that time, we did not have enough aprons to put 5 planes, but the visionary of Joseph regarding Wizz Air, we can see not only in Cluj, but in the development of this airline in Europe. Before crisis, we had 7 Wizz Air airplanes based here. Later he will announce news. I will let him to announce good news for Cluj. As you can see, 2007 was an important moment. We prepared for this moment. I studied what happened in Poland and Hungary because they joined the European Union in 2004. So in 2005, we started to prepare infrastructure for 3 million passengers. We managed this arrival terminal, we finished in 2008. 2009, the departure terminal. In 2010, a lot of, we were criticized, the terminals are too big. They said are terminals for birds. In 2019, they criticized they are too small. So I said, okay, it's a big compliment that in 2019, they told us the terminals are too small. We have more than 50 destinations in more than 20 countries, 10 scheduled carriers, 3 hours flying to most of Europe, and we have flights to Middle East. It's Wizz Air in Dubai, and touristic flights in North Africa. Regarding our strategy, we consider in 2040 we will have 7 million passengers. We prepare for this. We have a program to extend our runway. When the river Somes will be rerouted, we will extend our runway to 3,400 meters. We have plans for a new taxiway, new apron, a new terminal. We really consider that we will have 7 million passengers. There are a lot of challenges. Of course, like all the airports in Europe, we committed to have by 2050 net zero carbon emission goal. It's a big challenge. We cooperate with European airports, with other airports in this aspect. A lot of debate, probably also there are a lot of costs. I really appreciate also participation of my Romanian colleagues. It was 2 years of very good cooperation between Romanian airports. We shared our best practices in order to cope with this crisis. In conclusion, cooperation is key between airports, but with all key stakeholders, with airlines, with authorities, and also as Mr. Vasile Dâncu, the Minister of Defense, said, regional airports are very important for regional development. We consider also that regional airports should be more supported by states, by European Union, and are very important for airlines and also for big hubs. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, David, again. Now we have another moderated keynote by Raphael Schwarzmann. I hand over the moderation to Dr. Iatu. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Adrian. Good morning to everyone. I would like also from my side to welcome in this magnificent event. I would like to thank David Ciceo for great organization here in Cluj. It's my first time, but definitely not the last. It's really a great place to visit. And of course, I will come back with my family. Well, we are approaching the end of COVID-19. Not finished yet, but you know, I think we're getting back to normal. However, new challenges appear. We have a war. We have fuel price increases.
We have the discussion of the sustainable development of the air transport, approach the ICAO Assembly in September. And from the other side, we have the will of the people to travel. They want to get back. They want to take back their lives, the last 2 years of their life, all of us. Then we want to feel free again, travel without wearing a mask. You know, I felt really wonderful in Romania. There's no need to wear a mask. In Greece, still, it's mandatory in some areas, inside areas. Then it's wonderful to have this opportunity to feel free again. As Marcel said earlier, we heard the perspective of the airports. Then it's good to have the balance approach. You know, an airport cannot work without the airlines, an airline cannot work without an airport. Then this symbiosis is important for the aviation. And then we are really pleased to have with us today IATA, our Regional Vice President for Europe. It's Rafael Schwarzman, and that will give the perspective of the Airline Association of IATA. Rafael.
Well, thank you, Kostas. It's really good to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely good to be in person with all of you in Cluj, as a very special place, as has been already highlighted for the success that these regional airports have had throughout these times, right? So I would like to obviously put some perspective from the industry that I represent. You know, we have seen digitalization that has become an even more important keyword with this pandemic, as well as an objective to support a more seamless travel experience. Notwithstanding, human interaction, like the one today, remains critical, both for humanity and aviation, whose objective is to safely connect people, economies, and cultures. Recently, Omicron set us back in time. We were already hoping that, you know, we were seeing things getting better. Then we were set back. February was looking good after almost 2 years of this unprecedented crisis. But then we were hit with this very sad and cost of the human cost of a war, right? Which is tremendous, and obviously it's something we cannot imagine these days in Europe, but it's happening. From the business perspective, aviation will have another, I guess, what I would say, unwelcome opportunity to show its resilience. The effects of the pandemic continue, and we do not expect actually the recovery to be achieved before 2024. Our opportunity to advocate and work for close collaboration with industry partners and governments remains. The mistakes born of COVID must terminate, notably the absence of harmonized measures. And here I would like to congratulate actually Romania, because it's one of the, let's say, what I would call unfortunately yet too few countries worldwide to remove all restrictions. So being a good exception, let's say, but it's unfortunate, right? In a way. In parallel to a challenging situation in Europe, and even more so with the war in Ukraine, triggering airspace closure, higher jet fuel prices, and massive uncertainty, some regions, such as Asia, continue to suffer from this extensive number of closed markets, impeding actually a proper recovery to materialize. Beyond geographical considerations, as we await summer to see how much leisure travel recuperates, business travelers continue to lag behind. Amid this health and human crisis, our industry recently committed to fly net zero 2050, which, despite its long-term goal, requires actually, as we know, immediate attention and prioritization. Sustainable aviation fuels, airspace modernization, technological improvements, and offsetting continues to be some of the most important opportunities we have to reduce our environmental footprint and deliver, to be able to deliver this very ambitious objective. Speaking of airspace, well, Romania has a clear opportunity to progress, hopefully, on the single European sky and advance on the national airspace strategy. Once more, working closely with governments and regulators will be actually essential, especially in Europe, where the environment has gradually made it to the way on the top priority of the agenda, and not just obviously for our industry. The Fit for 55 initiative in Europe is very ambitious, and all stakeholders, we need to agree and work together to be able to ensure that we actually are fit for this Fit for 55 challenge. So that's my introductory thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, there's a lot of thought, but anyway, we have another 15 minutes to talk. But okay, we're talking about restart of the air transport after COVID and the pandemic. Well, I always say that this is unfortunately not the first and will definitely not be the last crisis, a healthy crisis. We saw it 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago. Then what are the key takeaways from this? Because, apparently the world was not prepared. Then this is, it cannot be, it will be unacceptable that will happen again. Then we need to find ways. What are the key takeaways? You said about not harmonized approach, the problems between governments. You raised the good example of Romania, but was not the case, globally.
Yeah, this is an important question because aviation is a global business. We talk about, I was happy to see the graph that David showed about the growth of traffic in Romania, right? Not just Cluj. And that's a clear example of integration, globalization, connectivity, right? And that requires one thing that we already repeated many times, which is harmonization, right? So the harmonization of rules allows us to be able to have a seamless experience, to be able to travel in an easy way. I think there were some good examples about some airlines operating here, how that is. So I would say harmonization of measures, harmonization of regulations, and all of that is a key. The other I would say is obviously something that in aviation has always been critical, which is the collaboration, right? There are so many stakeholders here that we need to work together. You mentioned the symbiosis between airports and airlines, et cetera, right? So collaboration is key. Here we also see the role of governments because of the environment we work in. So government support, government becomes essential in the responsibility to be able to have a sustainable and connected, let's say, world. And the other, I would say, we have seen, and I don't think this is going to be going away, the arrival of new stakeholders that we need to deal with. This time it was the health authorities, for example, right? Which proven that we, as a whole, we were not prepared, right? Because at the end we were fragmented, we were not able to approach this consistently. So I think managing these new stakeholders in the ecosystem, it's very important.
Yeah, well, the thing is that IATA was very proactive even during the pandemic and the trial. I was following all the press conference, virtual press conference that were held over the almost 2 years. But the thing is, how it can push to the right direction, because sometimes you raise the issue about the health authorities that sometimes I heard someone said that they took power, they don't want to give back the power because they had this golden opportunity to be important in the world, But the thing is, we need to work together. I mean, it's an ecosystem. Then we need to work together. But how IATA can push to the right direction? Because at the end, everyone have to benefit out of in the future.
Yeah. Well, I think there are, I mean, it's not an IATA, it's not air transport industry effort by itself, I would say. We also have to consider, I guess, the need to look at the impact that aviation has in the economies, right? And again, I really appreciate the presentation made by David because it's very clear. I mean, the numbers are really impressive. I mean, the wealth that brings, right? So I think today we have seen, for example, you say how to go about this. We have seen multiple initiatives in different countries where different levels of collaboration were established across, let's say, the key stakeholders that needed to be in place, and that include health. In this case, also we're talking a lot about environment, right? We're talking and also the commitment to bring back, I would say, the connectivity in Europe, right? Because this is something we have to remember. Europe has lost one of the strongest point, I think, that the EU as a whole had, the open markets and the connectivity. I think the best connected region in the world until 2019. And I think we are, or hopefully, we'll go back to that. Obviously, we have today the war challenge, but I believe that bringing back that connectivity should be objective or priority number one for Europe in a sustainable way, right? Because we do have that challenge in place, but definitely bringing that back is a key priority.
As you exactly said, that let's move to the present. Then you said about connectivity, and of course, just before the war, and then we were seeing some signs of recovery. Then what are now the prediction? We have the increase of fuel prices. We don't know where this will go. If it will go up and down, it depends every time of the meeting between Ukraine and Russia. There is a really fluctuation in fortune. Then we have closed airspace all over the world. I mean Europe, that Russian airlines that cannot fly. And then from the other side, as you said, there is. We saw also from Felipe and also David presentations that there is a lot of different geographical, distribution about traffic. Felipe said that in Mexico is more than 100% than it used to be in 2019. But contrary to Singapore, the traditional hub, they are really in 15%. Then there is a lot of variation. Then where are we standing now? There's a lot of challenges. Then.
Well, that's a very important question. If we look globally, first of all, and if we take a look at, for example, the previous crisis, just to get a sense of magnitude where we are. First of all, if you look at 9/11, for example, 2001 versus 2002, the industry lost over 6.5% of revenues, right? If you look at the financial crisis in 2009 versus 2008, the industry lost over 16% of revenues, right? And then if you look at the pandemic in 2020 versus 2019, the industry lost over 55% of revenue. So that is already clearly an unprecedented territory we're in, an unprecedented challenge. Obviously, on top of that, we are seeing the current geopolitical situation in Europe, which is not necessarily helpful. Now, this is a global, let's say, the numbers I gave are global. Obviously, regional, we are having a very different view, right? I think you gave the example that Luis Felipe mentioned before. Geographical, there are distinctions, and obviously we see Asia being a very much more restrictive space today, developing much lower. We see some good signs recently announced by India and Malaysia, for example, or even Singapore, actually. But Europe and the Americas, as correctly, has been opening up quite fast, and that's in the right trend. I have to say, though, if we look at Europe, and obviously the CEO of WeServe will be able to give that more precise information, but just looking at Europe itself, even though we see a strong demand, pent-up demand is there, we also see differences because of the conflict in terms of how is it being affecting the different carriers in the region. I was on Monday speaking to a couple of CEOs from the western side of Europe, and obviously bookings and load factors are 90% or to 2019 levels and things like that. So that is looking, let's say, good. But when you come to this area, obviously a different situation depending on the type of operations that you're having. Again, Asia-Pacific routes, etc. Also, the segmentation of the business, right? We're seeing leisure travel obviously recuperating much stronger, even though in some sectors we are seeing business recuperating. But one of the comments I got, again, this is just feedback, not a whole scientific study, but feedback from certain airlines, where they are seeing, let's say, people taking on business class or business traveler, but it's not on business, but on tourism. So you see a bit of a different composition, I would say, but very positive intra-European or within Europe, I guess, we are seeing good, strong growth. Intercontinental, I would say Europe and the Americas, you see strong. Asia is not opening up fast enough, I would say, and we are not seeing good signs from China as of today.
Well, that's good to hear, because, you know, after all this challenging time, then we need to hear some positive signs. Let's move to the future. We touched already, we said about the environment, we said about the digitalization. We have the ICAO assembly will take place in September. Then sustainability, it's the whole potato. I don't know if it's the right word, but, you know, it is I think the focus now of the aviation is sustainability. Then what IATA is expecting will come out from ICAO, and what they can do more. Of course, you know, IATA is very proactive. I remember I was in IATA AGM back in 2007. They were talking about environment. That was not a la mode at the time, but, you know, then it was proactive. Then what is IATA seeing? Two major topics, the digitalization, environment.
Well, you know, we have to remember we still have some homework to do in reopening the markets, right? I mean, in Europe we have 15 countries that have basically opened up intra-EU or EEA, opening up basically requiring nothing, right? Even PLF. We still have not been taken the mask like here. We are free, you know, so there is still some homework to do within Europe in terms of opening up the markets. But definitely that's in the future, that's a key priority, obviously, to be able to tackle what you said correctly, which are the bigger challenges like the sustainability one, right? So in that sense, one thing that we need to, I think, focus quite strongly, you highlighted, is the digitalization. I think COVID-19 actually accelerated the use of or the need for seamless travel with touchless or contactless travel, and that is going to be a key element as well to develop and use efficiently our infrastructure, right? We were talking about airports, we were talking about how to increase in an efficient and sustainable way travel. Now, in terms of environment, obviously the commitment of the industry to fly net zero, to zero emissions by 2050, very ambitious, and I think we are all behind it. The SAF, I mean, we talk about SAF production. We are still only having, I think, in Europe, production of 100 million liters a year, where we are, you know, needing into the billions. So SAF production needs to obviously accelerate. Again, the famous implementation of single European sky. I would say we need airspace efficiency. We're seeing today the restrictions we have today with the current situation. Luckily, by the way, I understand that today the strike in France was canceled, so that's good news again, but that's part of the mess that we have, and to be honest, we need to tackle. And again, Europe to be taking a leadership position in the world in terms of connectivity. We have a good opportunity here. As I said before, in 2019, I think we were one of the best, if not the best connected region in the world. So we should be able to be the example of that and do it in a sustainable way. Now, linking to the ICAO, question, I would say, obviously, we do support the CORSIA initiative as a worldwide way to tackle emissions, right? I have to be pragmatic, I guess, and here I know there are very difficult discussions about how to get to that agreement, and obviously we need to make sure that the Fit for 55 initiative is compatible with that. We are confident, we believe we have to push forward with ICAO, because again, aviation is a global business. It is not possible in a fragmented world. We have seen it with the COVID case, and we hope that obviously, again, Romania probably can play a critical role, as they are going to be taking a seat at the ICAO Council very soon as well. So they could take a good, leading role in the voicing the interest of the region.
As you touched Romania, and we are here in Cluj, what is the focus, in this region, in Eastern Europe? What are the priorities and takeaways in this particular region?
Well, I think in this particular region, you have seen, again, David, sorry to pick on your presentation, but you mentioned 17 airports. You have a good set of infrastructure here that you need to leverage, right? So I think that is very important, right? Leverage. Europe has already a very strong infrastructure. In Romania in particular, I think it's important to leverage that infrastructure. Definitely what I mentioned before, the single European sky and the National Airspace Strategy. Airspace, I think yesterday night we saw a presentation where we saw the congestion or the increased traffic due to the restrictions that we have today in the Russia-Ukraine airspace. The need for efficiency in airspace management is critical. Romania can play a critical role, I would say, in that, and definitely, the support of the, net zero emissions by 2050. I mean, and here we're talking, as I said before, SAF production. But don't forget, we tend to talk about this aspirational goal, and I do this a lot with my team, where some of the fastest things that we can achieve today to be able to help in this road to net zero is operational efficiencies. And operational efficiencies is something that sometimes we overlook, and this is a good opportunity to push forward with that.
Well, join me in thank you, Rafael, for his really live debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafael. Thank you very much, Kostas, for these insights in our still very complex aviation world. Now we come to a carrier, really, which is, I think, not member of the IATA, and it stands for Breaking the Rules, and it's an enormous success story. Please welcome Josef Varadi, the CEO of Wizz Air, and Rüdiger Kiani-Kress, one of our best worldwide journalists in aviation, for Wirtschaftswoche, published magazine in Germany, and also in the Handelsblatt Group, very well known in Germany and in the German-speaking countries. Thank you very much for joining us today.
First of all, thank you for this exciting conference, and to be able to have the pleasure to talk to the, most influencing or most, looked for orientation airline CEO, probably at this part of the world at least. And so, thank you very much. When we prepared this conference, we wanted to look at the Eastern European perspective, and then, of course, the best guy to talk to is Josef Varadi. Then we have a different world now that the Ukraine crisis turned into a war. And again, you might be the best guy to talk to. So let's talk to the master of the airline that's never short of superlatives and surprises, Wizz Air. We want to talk about the trends of COVID and the outlook for growth, and including a small announcement here. So let's just start. How is Wizz Air doing now in this part of the year and in this part of the cycle?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this event. But I think it's fair to say that we have been going through some interesting times over the last 2 years. A few months ago, I told someone that I don't think this industry can go much lower than 2020, 2021. And then a few weeks later, the war broke out. So very volatile environment, as said, kind of unprecedented challenges the industry is facing. But I think you have to separate out the issues of the industry versus the issues of the various players in the industry. I mean, Wizz Air has proven to be incredibly resilient from a financial standpoint. I mean, just for your information, there are 4 airlines in the world with investment-grade credit. We are one of them. Actually, as far as I know, none of the IATA members would be included in that list. So, I mean, my suggestion to IATA would be certainly to move on with the world and recognize the changes that the industry is reshaping. And I think COVID-19, but also to some extent the war situation in Europe is fueling the reshaping of the industry. Low-cost carriers tend to be a lot more resilient, a lot more agile. I mean, if I, again, just give you the Wizz Air example, during the pandemic, we opened up a new airline in Abu Dhabi, Wizz Air Abu Dhabi. The big wave entered Albania, expanded into Italy. We have been looking at COVID-19 not only as an issue to deal with on a day-to-day basis, but also as an opportunity to extend our geographical footprint, and we've done so. And that translates into very significant capacity numbers going into the summer. So the next quarter, starting tomorrow, we will register 130% capacity versus 2019, and going into the peak summer period, July, September, we're going to be flying 40% more capacity than in 2019. So we are already back to 2019 levels in the coming weeks, and that's far ahead of the industry's recovery. So I think the industry has been affected very differently depending on which side of the equation you are as an airline, and as far as Wizz Air is concerned, I think we're just going to get better and more formidable as a result of this crisis relative to the rest of the industry players.
What are your plans for the region, especially for Romania and for Cluj?
Romania is a growing market for Wizz Air, so this summer we're going to be operating 28 aircraft in the country. That's more than what we had in 2019. So back to David's point, so the announcement of today is that we are bringing back the 7th aircraft to Cluj, so we are restoring our 2019 capacity level completely in summer, and we're going to be launching a few new routes like Corfu, Turin, and Naples, and also increasing frequencies on many of the existing services. So Romania is one of the strongholds of Wizz Air. We are de facto the national carrier of the country, no matter what others are saying. I mean, we are by far the largest country in the country, largest airline in the country, and we'll continue to develop our business here. So we are opening new routes, increasing capacity, bringing new aircraft to the market, and of course we are very interested in regional airport developments in Romania. Probably it's also fair to say that we have been in the forefront of regional airport development here in Cluj, but also in other regions in Romania, putting many of these airports on the map of aviation in the country, and we'll continue to do that in the future.
And what are your plans for Cluj? I heard you planned something especially for this airport?
Well, I mean, as said, we are bringing back the 7th aircraft, so this summer we are basing 7 aircraft in...
so that's an additional one?
Yeah, that's an additional aircraft. And depending on the market and depending on how demand develops, you know, we tend to follow that demand development through with capacity. Actually, looking at the numbers here, I think we are a bit more optimistic, David, in terms of your recovery, certainly as far as our part is concerned. You know, as said, this summer we're going to be fully recovered in Romania, fully recovered in Cluj, and I think we're going to be actually delivering significant capacity increases going into next year in 2023.
What does an additional aircraft mean for the region in Cluj? Is that like 300,000 passengers per year? And how many jobs, just to get an idea of the economic impact that aviation has?
Kind of the best way to think about an aircraft, a Wizz Air aircraft to be brought to an airport is that every aircraft creates roughly around 300 jobs, directly and indirectly. So it creates roughly 40-50 jobs inside the company at Wizz, and obviously it creates a lot more jobs in terms of the service industry, you know, operating the aircraft, servicing the aircraft, getting kind of the broader economic benefits derived from the aircraft. It delivers over 300,000 passengers a year, so I think it adds to tourism industry. It adds to connectivity of the airport. I think it's great news. It's a very scalable business what we have, and we have demonstrated over the years that we go with the flow, we go with the market. I mean, these numbers were very impressive presented for Romanian traffic development. A lot of it has been fueled by Wizz Air's development in the country. Today we are roughly around 40% of the capacity in Romania.
From the high note to the less happy part, what was the impact of the Ukrainian war on Wizz Air and on the industry so far as you can tell? For Ukraine war and the Wizz Air and the industry?
I mean, obviously we had exposure to the Ukrainian and Russian markets, and that exposure got obviously redirected in terms of capacity, so we removed capacity from Ukraine and and Russia, and we put up that capacity somewhere else. I mean, this is one of the beauties of the Wizz Air business model. We are a highly diversified business. We have operating bases in 25 countries, flying to a total of 55 countries in the world. So if we have weaknesses in certain markets, we have the ability and the capacity to rebalance that weakness and move capacity around, given the diversification of our geographical footprint. And our total exposure to Russia and Ukraine was around 7% of capacity, but that capacity has been already redeployed in other markets. We also saw some weaknesses in the surrounding area. I wouldn't say that that weakness has been fully extended in Central and East Europe, but in certain parts of the neighboring areas, we saw some dent on demand. But interestingly, over the course of 4 or 5 weeks, that dent has been almost fully recovered. So I think people kind of move on with life. So I don't think that Central and East Europe is overly affected in terms of air travel demand, in terms of traffic demand, with regard to the situation in Ukraine. Now, I mean, obviously we hope that this situation gets resolved as soon as possible and the war will be stopped and we start getting back to the normalities. But I think Central and East Europe has proven itself very resilient despite this big geopolitical challenge affecting us.
What would it take to bring aviation and airlines back to Ukraine, apart from peace, of course? But what would be, the surrounding and the needs and the infrastructure to restart a business from your point of view as a Wizz Air CEO, but for the industry as well? What would it take?
I think it will happen a lot quicker than what we may think. At the moment, obviously, flight safety and security will have to be reestablished. I think that's an absolute requirement. I mean, there is no way for the industry or for any airline to compromise on safety or security. So that needs to come back. The supply chain needs to become functional. So you have to see the airports in operations or the service provider to be able to do the job, whatever it is, fuel, ground handling, whatever services they provide. I think once this is established or re-established, I think the industry is going to move very quickly because there is going to be demand. I think it's important that we reconnect this part of the world with Europe. A lot of people fled the country, so connection will be required for them, visiting friends and relatives or moving back to where they came from. So it is important, but safety, security is first, and then we need to see the supply chain properly functioning.
Mm-hmm. Given that these, preconditions are met, how long would it take Wizz Air to go back and, restart operation? How many days, weeks, or months?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I think we just need to see how the situation gets consolidated, and we're going to be making decisions on the basis of the facts, not on speculation. So, yeah, of course, we follow the news. We are very interested to be back in the market, but conditions need to be right, and we need to see how those conditions will get created.
But you've proven in the past that you can react very quickly and be probably one of the first non-Ukrainian airlines to be back in the market, I would guess.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think we've been demonstrating how agile our business model is throughout the pandemic, throughout the war situation. So certainly you can expect us to be very agile and very determined, but again, based on the right conditions.
Apart from the war, there are a couple of other factors that brought down aviation in the last couple of months. How much is COVID still a factor, especially right now, and given the outlook of the coming winter, and how did you prepare for this?
I think the COVID issue is pretty much boiling down to government restrictions. I don't think people's intent to travel has ever been really undermined by COVID. Of course, some people became a bit more sensitive to the virus, but the real issue was all the mess created by governments with various uncoordinated restrictions. And obviously, once mobility is restricted, it's very difficult for people to plan on anything when it comes to executing their travel plans. And we are seeing that as soon as countries, governments remove restrictions, all of a sudden demand comes back robustly, very quickly. So I think we just need to look at the restrictions still prevailing in various countries. Once those restrictions are removed, then the market will become intact. Do I think COVID is going to change travel? I don't think so at all. I think all the travel segments will come back. I think people will want to travel. Mobility is an inherent human need. I think people will be very eager to preserve that need, and I'm pretty upbeat when it comes to the future of air travel, the future of aviation. So certainly we are on the right side of things in life, and it's a good industry to be in.
One of the major restrictions, so to say, is to wear a mask on board. There's a discussion in the US to remove this precondition. How do you see that discussion in Europe, and when will we have to be able to fly without a mask?
As a matter of fact, effective tomorrow, Wizz Air is removing mandatory mask requirement on board on routes where each side of the route there are no mask wearing obligations, mandates in place by governments. So, for example, if you fly from Romania to the UK, neither Romania nor the United Kingdom mandates any longer wearing mask on board, or in general terms. So people will not need to wear mask. It will still be advised, but that would be a personal consideration. Where obligations are still in place as a government mandate, we will continue to comply with that requirement. So I think we try to go with the flow with the country regulations, but as countries are liberalizing and removing these restrictions, we are also removing these restrictions as an airline on board.
Now let's talk a bit about the financial side of the business, especially inflation has been rising. We have the German figures for more than 7%. Other countries are in a similar ballpark. How do you see that influencing the industry, especially many airline tickets are bought far in advance, and so rising fuel prices, doubling fuel prices are a factor. General, rising inflation might bring down demand because people have to spend their money elsewhere. How do you see this developing and, maybe hampering growth?
I think two things will happen. First of all, legacy carriers will have to cut capacity because they are illiquid, financially non-resilient, and they are too high cost, and people will not pay for their inefficiencies. So as a result, you're going to be seeing a lot of capacity drop by legacy carriers. Same happened in any other high inflationary circumstances. And you will see low-cost carriers doing very well because they might be losing some of the bottom end of traffic currently, but they are regaining a lot of traffic, and people downgrade or kind of downplay from high-cost to low-cost travel. So if you look back what happened in 2009, 2010, it was a major shift inside the industry from legacy to low-cost carriers. I think there is going to be a huge shift, a further shift from legacy to low-cost carriers in favor of low-cost carriers. I mean, already if you look at European travel, intra-Europe is sort of getting to around 50% market share for low-cost carriers. I think you will see a lot more market share gain on the low-cost carrier side. So I think, as a matter of fact, strategically and structurally, this is probably a good thing for Wizz Air and some of the other low-cost carriers. And as said, we are growing capacity. We are growing capacity by 40% going into summer, and a high inflation environment, I think, will help us essentially accelerate that growth in the coming years.
How do you digest, a cost increase like that? You're not too much hedged, and if you have like 40%, of your cost in fuel, that must affect your. Is it just that the others are hurt more badly, and you can be more flexible on the other parts? Is that the secret recipe?
Well, I mean, as we say that when you are in the jungle and you bump into a bear, you don't have to run faster than the bear, you just have to run faster than the other guy next to you. And I think that's what's going to happen here. So it will affect the whole industry, of course. But the real question is how we get affected versus the other guys. And this is what I'm saying, that I think the legacy guys will be a lot more affected, much more severely affected. And let's not forget that Wizz Air is probably in a very unique situation and position in Europe, because we have been investing into aircraft and technologies throughout the whole pandemic. Since the breakout of COVID-19, we have taken 45 brand new aircraft deliveries. None of the other airlines have done it. All the other airlines deferred aircraft deliveries, cancelled aircraft orders, but we have taken new aircraft deliveries. At the same time, we have also been upgauging from A320 to A321 neo aircraft from 180 seats to 239 seats. I mean, that gives us a structural competitive advantage in the market that we are flying bigger aircraft, younger aircraft at much lower cost than the rest of the industry. So it is certainly one of the offsetting mechanisms we have on hand while others don't have. So I think we just be a lot more competitive coming out of this COVID situation than the rest of the industry.
Just, just sticking to this part, if you switch from a 320 to a 321 neo, how much does this increase trip cost and bring down, so to say, the average cost per seat, just to get an idea?
Trip cost is almost nothing. So the A321 neo trip cost is about the same as the A320 CO, especially at the current fuel price. And we are moving from 180 seats to 239 seats, so you can run the numbers. So it's in excess of 20% unit cost reduction.
That should help. Other ESG restrictions or regulations, that was a big topic before COVID, and now, right now, it seemed to have increased, but right now, given the discussion on, the economy and all that, do you see a different agenda or a different balance, so to say, to put the liver in a different position between growth and sustainability in the industry or for the economy as a whole?
I mean, as said, I think mobility is inherent in human needs, and mobility, shall be accelerated as opposed to contained. I think the real question here is how the industry is going to change its technological platform from a highly carbon-based operating model to much less carbon-based operating model. We can talk about electric aircraft, hydrogen-powered aircraft, whatever they are. But it's some time out. I mean, any reasonable assumption today is probably that you will need at least 10 years for developing the technology and another 10 years for really industrializing and rolling out that technology. So we are talking about 20, 25 years. But we have to do something in between now and 20, 25 years. I think we are doing our part. As said, we are flying the youngest fleet of aircraft and the environmentally the most efficient fleet of aircraft. Just to give you an idea that our carbon footprint on a per passenger mile basis is 60% lower than Lufthansa's, if that gives you an idea. It is 10-15% lower than Ryanair's. It is half of KLM's footprint. So I think really what the industry should be doing is to accelerate the development of the more efficient carriers, and they happen to be the same guys who are driving the industry forward, low-cost carriers, because these are the business models that are capable of being resilient financially, capable of continuously investing into technological advancements and innovation, and that's the business model that needs to grow and that needs to overtake the legacy business model. So I think this is the long-term interest of the industry from a sustainability perspective, and I also think that this is the long-term interest of the industry from a consumer perspective, because that brings in a lot more environmentally friendly travel at a lot lower cost than what the legacy industry is able to deliver at this point in time. So it's going to be interesting because for the first time, I think if really someone thinks about this industry, needs to recognize that sustainability actually is further shifting the trends which are already there on an economic basis, because economic performance of various players in the industry also correspond with their environmental performance.
So you don't see, lowering of the pressure for sustainability in order to have more economic growth, because usually sustainability is putting a lever and might be slowing down economic growth, but you don't see that coming. The pressure on sustainability will still remain as high as it was.
Oh, I'm a big fan of sustainability, probably a much bigger fan than any of the other airlines. and Wizz Air will continue to push for sustainability. We think we can contribute to a lot greener travel than what the industry delivers today through technology and the operating model, and we'll continue to embrace sustainability. I think sustainability needs to stay high on the agenda for the industry. But again, I think you should not be expecting every player of the industry performing against sustainability targets the same way. Some airlines like Wizz will do very well. Some other airlines will do much less well.
Mm-hmm. Your aircraft supplier Airbus promised a new type of plane in 2035. How do you rate these planes, and would you be among the first takers of one of these planes if they're built and delivered?
Well, as a matter of fact, we are already collaborating with Airbus on defining the next kind of propulsion technology. We are looking at hydrogen as a powering source, and we are a pilot operator looking at the technology with the engine manufacturer as well as with Airbus as an airframe manufacturer. So we are absolutely on top of that, and it is our interest to see new technology coming out. And again, it feels a little bit like a propaganda, but it is not. There is no other airline in better position than Wizz Air. I mean, we are a very liquid business. I mean, we are still sitting on 1.5 billion euros of cash, despite all the COVID crisis and despite all the liquidity challenges in the industry. So we have the capacity to invest in new technology a lot more than many of the other players. So yes, we are interested in new technology. We are helping the manufacturer develop that new technology, and certainly we would be one of the first ones to invest in that technology. Again, just to give you another angle, so the A321 XLR long-range aircraft is coming out from Airbus in 2023. Maybe it will be delayed a little bit, but we are the very first low-cost airline in the world taking that aircraft.
Okay, so we've talked to Christian Scherer about this topic already, it sounds like. You talked about with Christian Scherer, the head of sales of Airbus, about this topic already, it sounds like. And another topic where you made headlines or indirect headlines was consolidation. You were said to be among the suitors to buy or take over EasyJet. I mean, I'm not expecting you to confirm this, but how do you see consolidation not only on an indirect base with different growth rates, but with takeovers, going forward? There were some takeovers with Ryanair and EasyJet in the last couple of years, like 10, 15 years back. Do you see this coming back, and would you be an active part in something like that?
I don't know. I mean, probably we haven't seen the worst of the COVID situation when it comes to industry consolidation. To date, all airlines pretty much have been kept alive by government aids, by leasing companies not pulling the plug on airlines despite the fact that they didn't pay for the aircraft. I think that will change as the market gets reinstated. So, you might be seeing a lot more consolidating acts going into the second half of this year. So probably after summer, when again the industry or many of the airlines will run out of money. Airlines go bust in 2 months in a year, in September and February, because they are off the summer peak and they are off the Christmas peak and they run out of money. So we shall see what's going to happen in September and February coming. I'm sure there will be consolidation, but I'm not sure that consolidation should be in the form of M&As and acquisitions of airlines. I mean, if you see what Wizz Air has done, well, first of all, we have done a lot of organic growth. Italy, Albania, Abu Dhabi. We have been putting up a lot of new capacity organically, extending our business model in new geographies. We have also acquired quite some slots in London. We have been spending tens of millions of euros for buying out slots in London Gatwick Airport, for example, to expand our Wizz UK operations. I think we would be interested in looking at slot consolidation and investing against slot opportunities in certain airports in Europe. I think that's our preferred way of consolidating the industry, buying scarce assets and rolling out our operating model. Because if you really think about it, we are a low-cost carrier model. It's all about simplicity and streamlined implementation of the model. So we have to be very focused of simplifying the model as opposed to creating complexities through acquisitions and mergers.
So the old model of taking over other carriers to get a market or market share is not, necessary anymore for a carrier like you.
Oh, this is for Lufthansa, not for us.
Okay. Looking into summer, everybody expects growth. You expect to be bigger than before the crisis. What are the factors that might, slow you down a bit? We heard about bottlenecks in security checks. We heard about bottlenecks with ATC. They're all understaffed. How strong will that be, and how do you prepare for that?
It's a good question, because obviously you can look at kind of our growth ambitions from different perspectives. I mean, we are very positive and very upbeat when it comes to consumer demand, or at least our ability to stimulate consumer demand for our services and products. We are, feeling very good about that. We are also feeling very good about the operating platform we can bring to the party, the aircraft, the scalability, the cost base, what we can retain throughout the Wizz Air operation, the business model. We are a lot more concerned about the supply chain, how the supply chain is going to function. Less so with regard to airports. I think airports will do a good job. And one of the learnings, and many people were very concerned about airports, whether they would survive the pandemic. I think the airport showed how resilient the airport segment is in Europe to survive. So I'm quite confident. I think ATC is a complete zoo. It's horrible, I think, what's happening there. Even in the worst kind of periods, they continue to put threats on the consumers, on the whole system. Union actions. I mean, you look at Poland. I mean, Poland is near collapse. I mean, it is not inconceivable that 85% of Polish ATC services will not be provided in a few days. It was referred to France, and we know that Western Europe, it almost like keeps rotating. ATC strikes every other week. Someone is going on strike. I think it's ridiculous, and it's totally unacceptable that governments are incapable of dealing with this issue, and they continue to challenge the operation of the industry, and they continue to undermine connectivity, and they continue to distress millions of people as a result of that. I mean, I think some countries have taken actions, and they look at the US. You cannot just go on strike in the US. I mean, there are a few countries in Europe that prohibit strikes. We need to become a lot more forceful on ATC. This national interest, also much union-driven, undermines the European initiatives of ATC, the single European sky. I think we have to become a lot more forceful on the ATC system. So if I really want to poke at one very weak part of the value chain in aviation in Europe, I think it's ATC, and that needs to be tackled. So I'm somewhat worried about ATC.
But what do you expect concretely? Will that be a challenge, or will that be slowing down, or will that be, hitting different parts of the business differently? Just to get an idea what you really plan for.
Well, look, I mean, I think it's a very complicated issue, so I'm not sure I'm the guy to resolve this. But I would be expecting an efficient European operating platform for ATC, including the single European sky, and also to start limiting union activities in ATC, because that comes at the detriment of not only the industry, but the detriment of millions of passengers. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. It's a dichotomy that the regulator, on the one hand, is trying to protect the interest of the consumer. We have Regulation 261, long delay, cancellations, etc. Airlines are obliged to pay the passengers, but at the same time, ATC can shut down airspace and get airlines cancel lots of flights as a result of their activities with kind of no consequences on them. And this needs to be stopped.
What is your focus on new airports? I mean, you used to be in bigger airports like Frankfurt. You pulled out because of cost issues. Just how does the Wizz Air landscape will look like in a couple of years, especially when you want to go up to 500 airports? How many of the major airports will be amongst them, and how should the major airports change in order to accommodate the growth that you can bring?
I mean, today we operate 65% of our capacity through regional secondary airports, only 35% through primary airports. Quite likely we will continue to operate on that basis. We like regional airports a lot. Regional airports are underdeveloped in terms of not only as infrastructure, but also in terms of network and consumer demand. And I think this is where we can do a good job, bringing very low fares to the market to make sure that we are getting passengers into the franchise of flying, and we continue to stimulate that. So our focus will remain on investing into regional airports. But of course, we are also keen on serving customers in capital areas where we have alternative airport opportunities. We would consider them. So if you look at London, for example, our largest operation in London is London Luton, which is a secondary the airport. And even in Frankfurt, you said we operate to Frankfurt Hahn as opposed to Frankfurt main airport. So where we have an alternative opportunity, we would, I think, give preference to that.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think our time has run out. Do we have time for 2 questions from the audience?
Please don't leave your hot seats. We are open for some questions from the audience, and we start with De Oliveira.
Thank you. Great talk and great insights. Second time that I see you speaking, and it's a great opportunity to learn more about the industry. It's always a pleasure to see you speaking. 2 points. One of the points I would like to do a kind of advertisement. We have the ACI Intelligence Hub that cover 96% of the global traffic and cover all the operations of Wizz Air in the industry. That's why try something new, all of you, and use that because it's an opportunity to see the real flux of passengers in different parts of the world. The second part is a question, and is linked with the slots. You mentioned a little bit the slots. What do you think about the current 80-20 rule? Do you think it's fair, unfair, or what do you need to change? Thank you.
You know, we play the odd on the slot rules, so we didn't think that slot rules should have been amended, and we saw that slot rules should have been contested by the market forces. I mean, clearly, if you look at last summer, so summer 2021, we operated more capacity than in summer 29. The problem is, again, that we look at the industry as a whole, but the performance of the various sectors inside the industry is very different. I mean, we are a lot more capable to recover from crisis situations, and we are agile either way. So we are agile moving up, we are also agile moving down with capacity when there is no demand out there. And I think all these kind of artificial measures, politically trying to protect the interests of the incumbent carriers, mainly the legacy carriers, come as distortion to the market. So if you look at what happened in Europe over the last 2 years, you saw governments interfering by taking side in favor of the legacy carriers, bailing them out on the one hand, and secondly protecting their slot positions, their access to infrastructure, basically closing out the market. And you know, we could have done a lot more in London, for example, and we were pushing it mainly in the UK, but also in other airports in Europe. But we have not been able to move because of these kind of administrative political restrictions put in place in the industry. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that we should be altering these rules. I mean, let's just stick to the rules, and the market will sort the rest out.
Okay, we have another question from Michael.
Yes, Mr. Varadi, I would like to learn about your views on competition, because Vienna Airport, for instance, has developed as one of the hotspots within Europe for low-cost competition. And for all what I know, you used to have quite ambitious growth plans for Vienna Airport, and now it seems to be that these growth plans have been revised because of increased competition by Ryanair. And maybe you can provide us with your views on that.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think Vienna is a bit of a particular situation. I mean, a few things have happened since we entered the market. I mean, first of all, the Austrian government bailed out Austrian Airlines, so they didn't let the market kind of govern the situation. So Austria distorted the market in Vienna. Two, the cost base of Vienna has never been that favorable, and I don't think it has become more favorable relative to the rest of the alternatives what we have during the COVID time. So simply, we are just seeing a lot better cost opportunities from an airport standpoint than Vienna, and as a result, we have adjusted our capacity. Yes, and there is competition with Ryanair, we recognize it, but please take note of the fact that Wizz Air has been competing with Ryanair for 15 years very successfully. We are lower cost than Ryanair on a unit cost basis, so we have the ability and we have the capacity to compete with Ryanair, and I think even more going forward, given the new technology what we are bringing to the market, we can compete. But again, Vienna, I think it's airport cost on the one hand and the government bailout of Austrian Airlines on the other hand.
Okay, last short question.
Cluj County Councillor, and I want to ask if how do you see the possibility of a regular flight between Cluj-Napoca, Kolozsvár, and Budapest in the short time future, if it's a possibility? Thank you.
Oh, this is a forever green question. I think I have been asked this question a few times. As a matter of fact, we even had a flight between Cluj-Napoca and Budapest. I mean, again, I think this is a matter of demand. I think depending on how demand evolves, if there is demand, we'll put up the flight. If there is no sufficient demand, we won't. I mean, you can see that we are not kind of nostalgic or sentimental about routes. I mean, we only measure route performance on the basis of profitability. We are very experimental, so we tend to start a lot of new routes, but we also have a significant churn rate of around 10% a year on a normalized basis. So certain routes simply just don't work because changing consumer demands, changing market realities, and as a result, we are cutting routes and we are putting up new routes. So I think we are interested in every one of the opportunities arising, and if this is one that's worth considering, certainly we will consider. But at the same time, you know, for us, this is not a matter of you know, flying for the sake of flying. If we make money, we fly. If we make good money, we fly more. If we don't make money, we don't fly.
Okay, we collect two more questions, 1 and 2, and that's all for this session, because we are running out of time. Okay. And before you answer, we collect this.
Mr. Varidi, thank you very much for your business in Romania especially. I can confirm that you are the biggest airline for the last 10 years in Romania. We are ground hailer partners of you. And the question is, you mentioned about Airbus 321 XLR. When you will start to fly transatlantic routes from Romania? I'm heading forward in Budapest, yeah?
Okay, next question.
All right, so
over there.
Let me answer the question.
Sorry,
yeah?
we collect next question.
Hello, my name is Mehmet Dogan with GA Telsis. I'm the managing director. Two questions I had. One, does Wizz Air have any interest in A321 cargo operation? As the pandemic has showed that you need a demand of both passenger and cargo business. And second question, is there any interest in maybe regional airlines that are for sale in the market to open new slots?
Last question.
Yes, I will put a question and you will have a lot of answering after. Happy to have you in Romania. Indeed, we can say that we have a nice and good partnership between Romanian and Hungarian with there being in Romania. Quick questions. We were speaking also earlier about competition between the low-cost company. And if you are speaking about competition, what about a competition in providing better services for the clients, like in time flights, and also more comfort, and also, because I'm a former legislator of the European Parliament, let's discuss a little bit short about the right of the workers. Let's also here have a good competition to offer good conditions of works for the people that are working for the low-cost companies.
Thank you. Some short answers.
Okay, so I hope I remember all of it. So transatlantic from Romania with A321 XLR, we have no plans for that. We actually, as a matter of fact, we have no plans for transatlantic flying with the XLR. We think we have already a very large geographical footprint which we are trying to cover with the XLR as opposed to going over the Atlantic. Regional airline acquisition, etc. No, we are not going to do that. We are sticking to the business model what we have. We are a point-to-point ultra low-cost carrier flying large single-aisle aircraft, A321 mostly. We are going to stick to that. What else? We had the competition issue. I mean, we love competition. I mean, to be honest, I think one of the factors that has made Wizz Air what it is today is competition. I mean, we have been a contested business since the very beginning. I mean, we started from nothing. I mean, we didn't have any government support. We have never taken government support. I mean, we are one of the very few airlines in the world that has never been touched by any government in terms of financial aid or support or bailout or any of those sort of things. So we love competition. I think it's good for the consumer. It's good for society, and it's also good for the airline because it makes us a lot more efficient and competitive. I think there was one more cargo question. So the A321 cargo, that's an interesting one. If you asked me this question 2 years ago, I would have just said no, flat no. Today, as a matter of fact, we are operating an A330 cargo plane for the Hungarian government. That's not our plane, that's the Hungarian government's plane. And it is a hell of a success. I mean, we make a lot of money on it. The government makes a lot of money on it. That means we should be getting into the cargo business. Probably not, but it's interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Josef Varadi and Rüdiger Kiani-Kress. Ladies and gentlemen, we start now our coffee break, and I ask you, yeah, give him a big hand, really big hand. And I ask you, please be back at 12 o'clock sharp. Then we are running not out of time. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We want to go on with our next session. Please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, upstairs, come down. Please don't break the rules here in this session. We want to go on with our event, and that means you have to come down and take a seat, please.
All attendees, we kindly request you to please take your respective seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, a coffee break is over. Please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, last call. Last call for the next flight. Okay, we start with our next session. I hand over the floor to Elektra Alivriti, journalist from Air News. Thank you very much for joining us and
thank you
for moderating the panel.
Dear guests, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Aviation Event 2022. I would like to welcome our speakers for today. First of all, Mr. Katalin Nikifor, CFO of Tarom.
Thank you.
Mr. Nicolae Stoica, Director General, Romanian Civil Aviation Authority.
Thank you.
Mr. Pierre Coutu, President, Aviation Strategies International. And Mr. Samil Karakas, Senior Vice President, Regional Flights, Turkish Airlines, Anadolu Jet.
Thank you very much.
So, let's start with Mr. Pierre Coutu.
Thank you.
Mr. Coutu, over the recent years, your institute has done specific research on global megatrends and their impact on the aviation sector. What was the scope of this research and what were the main findings?
Thank you. Yes, fortunately, I want to take this discussion today, very interesting speakers so far and all that, to a little bit another level of background. For the past 4 years, our institute has studied in depth global megatrends and their impact on aviation. So by global megatrends, we're talking, of course, about things like geopolitics. We're talking about the battle we're fighting to save the environment. We're talking about the new technologies that come about every day. We're talking about demographic changes,
rapid urbanization, and global connectedness. So basically, we all know about these trends. And so what we've done is we've done with people from different parts of the world, all continents, some research about it, and we've interviewed about 40 leaders of aviation, the manufacturers, some of the airlines, including Wizz Air, some of the DGCAs, telecom or IT companies like CETA at the top level or near the top, to ask them about their perspective on global megatrends. So everybody agrees that these trends are major. So meaning that even before what we live through now, even before the pandemic, even before, of course, the war, even before the geopolitical shifts in the US and China and all that, that the future was becoming more and more impossible to predict. And it's caused mainly by these megatrends, and it's caused by the complexity of each of these megatrends, and also the complexity of the interaction between these megatrends. So, you know, for example, when you look at the environment, we cannot do much about it without technology. And the geopolitics also interferes or supports what we're trying to do with the environment and so on. So the reason why we did this is because we think that the uncertainty of the future is, as we all know, here to stay. So what do you do about it is the big issue. The future is impossible to predict. We have the proof of that with 3 or 4 recent events. But then how do you deal with it? So that's why we decided to do the research on this. And every people we interviewed, they say it's very important. And they also say it has a tsunami effect. It's happening faster and faster and faster and more complex. When you ask people what to do about it, it's a little bit more difficult. But that's why we got into it, because I think when we say we have to change our business models and aviation and all that is true, but where does it start? So that was the context.
As you said, the future is uncertain. What can aviation organizations and professionals do to prepare for this type of environment?
Yeah, we looked at that. We published twice about it. In 2019 and again last year, major publication on it. And if you want not to only contemplate the problem, if you want to look to what to do, you might want to think, how do we prepare for it? But it's even ambitious to say that we can prepare for it because of the uncertainty. I think what we're trying to push is the notion of how to be future-wise. And to be future-wise, I think what we discovered is that we need to develop new areas of excellence. An example of this, obviously, is you have to be agile. I mean, it was obvious in the interview with Wizz Air. They are an agile company. It's not possible for every aviation organization to be as agile as they are, but it has to be a mindset. When we did the original research, we looked at AirAsia at the time. They were very agile at the outset, more difficult now, but it's that. And the other thing is we have to become much stronger in scenario planning, but not the traditional way. More pushing what Oxford University is promoting in terms of scenario planning. Oxford probably has the most serious and advanced program, practical program on scenario planning. Really? And yes, and it's grounded in reality. It has a lot of good results. And what they're saying is that you don't do probability. of scenarios. Because the moment you say this is more likely to happen, it means that your mind is based in the past. So they're pushing the notion of plausible scenarios and not only one. So it's always scary when we see forecasts of passenger traffic, because in the background, the people that do the work, they know that the numbers are not sure. So, but at the same time, they have to give the industry some hope and some direction. But the reality is that there's much more than one scenario, and you have to think about a little bit the somewhat impossible. So that's what Oxford pushes, and I think that's what we have to adopt. Not only that, in the past, we used to do scenario planning, maybe in strategic planning with the SWOT analysis, when we look at strength, opportunities, and so on. Because we look, okay, our competitors might do this, the market might do that. But that's after the mission and vision of the organization. Now, the scenarios have to be done against the global megatrends, because if you don't do that, maybe your organization is irrelevant. Maybe your mission and your vision, you're out of business if you don't read the big signals. Very difficult, very challenging. So it sounds a little bit theoretical, but it's not. I mean, we have to be future-wise, so we have to push scenario planning, being agile. We have also one essential quality is partnership-based organization is the way of the future. Nobody can do it alone. So it was always clear that it's good to have partnerships, but now in this uncertain environment, turbulent environment, almost impossible to predict, it's very important to have a partnership approach to reduce the risk and to have more antennas. Sorry,
Exactly.
long answer.
No, thank you so much for the conversation. Thank you. So let's continue with Mr. Caracas. Mr. Caracas, what is the commercial value of Eastern European aviation for your airline, and what is your current share? Are you going to increase your Eastern European share in your network?
Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to that panel. Let me define at first what Eastern Europe means for my organization. Eastern Europe is, for us, all the Balkan area and countries surrounding Black Sea, from Azerbaijan up to Bulgaria, and some other countries like Poland, Hungary, and etc. So if we see AnadoluJet, the Turkish Airlines low-cost brand, we have 20% of our European capacity into Eastern Europe. If we see the total network what we have only 8% of our total capacity to Eastern Europe. And if I give some information about the performance, the routes of that area for us, for example, the stage length of that routes is half of Western European side. So that means normally it is a more beneficial, easier routes for us. Some of the destinations are even shorter than some domestic destinations of Turkey. If you see the revenue performance of that Eastern European countries for us, proportionally, it is better than Western European countries, comparing adjusted by the stage length, by the way. But we can say why only 20% is put into that region, despite it has more potential or performance than the Western European countries. Of course, there are some reasons why we cannot do that. First of all, the bilateral agreements. We don't have everywhere unlimited potential or unlimited allowance to fly. This is the first issue. Especially in Eastern Europe, it's not that easy to increase the capacity in that sense. Second issue is the visa policy, for example. For countries which are not asking for my region, my country, Turkey, visa, the capacity increase is easier than for countries where we, as Turkish people, have to apply a visa. Romania, for example, is one of them. We need a visa here in Romania. And the third thing is of course, the demand, the economical power of the country, of the destination. And I can say, if we, as an airline people, see the capacity, see the economic power of a region, whatever visa policies, etc. we have, of course, we will come and try to invest. But if the power is not there, we need some support from the visa regulations, from the airports maybe, to get more capacity into this region. And this is how we consider Eastern Europe, we can say.
So do you consider Eastern European aviation as a potential for your home market or for travel beyond your home market?
I mean, Eastern Europe is for us 50-50. I mean, 50% of Eastern Europe goes to beyond destinations, beyond Turkey. If you consider Turkish Airlines as a brand, of course, it is US. If you consider Anadolu Jet, my low-cost brand, then it is more the Middle East. 50% goes to Middle East. 50% goes to Turkey as a destination, and 60% of this potential goes to Istanbul indeed. Then we continue with cities like Ankara, Dalaman, Antalya. By the way, the CEO of Dalaman Airport is also together with us, Mr. Hamdi Bey. Yes, Dalaman is also an important destination for us. So on. And for example, we had a new route. This is Belgrade to Ankara. We opened that. This route is, for example, a point-to-point. There is no transit passenger for us, only domestic passengers. Why we could open this route? This was requested from the Serbian side because the visa between two countries was waived. So it was easy for us to operate this route. Since 3 months we are operating that, and since 3 months we see that the potential is okay. We will see, for example, the year-round potential, the performance of the route. Accordingly, we can increase. This is how it works in the aviation business. This is how we can increase. Next route, for example, will come Istanbul to Budapest, and with 3 frequencies. Again, we will see how the potential comes, and we will increase, etc. This is, in generally, how the aviation business for our side. For
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
So let's continue with Mr. Katalin Nikifor. Do you think that Eastern European aviation is different? Do you think that has potentials?
I think it has potential because I think it's exactly what is happening in Central and Eastern Europe. Practically, we are somehow behind the whole world in all of the industry. So right now, everything is increasing. And let's not forget that also Central and Eastern Europe is practically the most fragmented aviation piece of industry in the world, because here you have most of the companies, but all of them are very, very small. And also I would make a little bit of differentiation right now, because I'm representing TAROM, which is the legacy carrier of Romania. We are more or less a public utility business. We are not necessarily, let's say, a commercial company in the same time, but we are facing the same issues with all the other companies and with the whole industry. And we are, how to say, we are struggling. And I would add to Pierre was saying earlier, and I would say that we don't need to be only agile, we also need to be resilient. And this is what TAROM has proved in the last years, that it's also a very resilient business. Because we were flying when a lot of others were not flying at all, because they were also looking at the profitability of the business. We were forced to fly in that moment. We were forced to do a lot of special flights for the authorities, and also in the benefit of, let's say, a lot of other people.
Are you optimistic for the future?
I am optimistic for the future. I'm optimistic, and I'm also seeing what is happening right now. Practically, the fluctuations that are happening right now in the market are very strong, very aggressive. I mean, we have moved in practically 2 months from less than 50% load to more than 80% load, which is a huge impact in our financials, in our business. I think we will be recovering sooner than the rest of the market, because there is an aggressivity in the market. There is a lot of need to grow. There is a lot of need for traveling, for communication, for business.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So last but not least, Mr. Nicolae Stoica. Nice to have a conversation here. So could you tell us some information about Romanian Civil Authority, Aviation Authority?
Yeah, sure. So, from our side, it's not the Eastern European aviation is the same like in entire Europe because we have the same rules and we follow the same rules like any other civil aviation authority. The challenges which we faced during the COVID pandemic were the most important were our incomes, and this forced me to took the decision to develop our civil aviation authority, and we digitalize all our processes, and now all our documents which are issued are issued in electronical manner, digitally signed. And I was forced to turn our face to the industry because in the past we was like an institution who had a stick for showing to the industry. But now, like Pierre said, we must be a partner to the industry. In this sense, we support Brașov authorities to implement the virtual tower, the first virtual tower in Romania, in order to certify the airport by the end of this year. Also, we open overseas examination centers for airline transport pilot license in locations like Dubai, Doha, and Johannesburg. This means we are the first European authority, civil aviation authority, who provide full EASA pilot knowledge examination in Middle East and Africa.
So thank you. Thank you all for your speeches. Thank you all.
Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearly complete. Not really. Okay. Maybe you will follow our invitation now for the next session about the regional airlines, the regional airports, sorry. We are missing some people here in the audience. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we start with the next session, and I will hand over to the next moderator, Michael Kerklo, member of Supervisory Board of Lufthansa and former CEO of Munich Airport. So absolutely an old hand in our industry, to say so. And happy that you join us with some of the experts in regional airports, regional airport business, and you will introduce our guests on the panel. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Adrian. I know everybody is longing for the lunch, but we will have an interesting discussion on the recovery of regional airports and regional airlines, recovery strategies. We have a distinguished panel here with colleagues and friends from Romania. Of course, Adrian Kojoc, warm welcome to you. He is the head or the CEO of the Romanian Air Traffic Services Administration. Konstantin von Alvensleben, He chairs Tirana International Airport, so he's a true member and representative of a smaller airport. We have learned yesterday from Marcel Rivalski there are no small airports, they're all medium-sized. Yeah? And then it is Marius Vakalachau. Do I pronounce it correctly? Vakalo. The CEO of Lagardère Travel Retail here in Romania. So the representative of Lagardère, which operates worldwide with, at airports only with 850 stores and restaurants at over 100 airports. I just learned that you opened a new facility at Sibiu Airport. Very good. And last but not least, Mugurel Marinescu from CITA. He's the customer success manager. You may explain what that means, a customer success manager, but a very warm welcome to you. Well, let's start with, in the end, an overview of what happens with regional airports right at the moment. And Romania has 16 or 17 regional airports, not all regional. Of course, the large capital airport, but Cluj, we already learned yesterday, is number 2. But we also have Toramurgesh, we have Sibiu, yeah, we have Iasi and all the others, Constanța and so on. So what is your, maybe you can give us a little overview of the Romanian airport scene and what happened during the pandemic. Maybe one comment by myself, when the pandemic started and we were doing forecasts, and I was very, very wrong. I said this will lead to a big number of fatalities in the airport sector, but it did not. And Josef Varadi also said the airport sector is very resilient. So what happened with them? Maybe what did you do, or what did Romania do to support that sector? And give us a little overview on what has happened in Romania and your development perspectives, traffic-wise. Not financially, but traffic-wise.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank to our hosts, and special thanks to Mr. David Ciceu and for Marcel Rivalski. When I first received the invitation for this event, I was looking forward to a lively discussion on future development plans, now that we can put the pandemic crisis behind us. Events have unfolded not as predicted, and new concerns are now on our agenda as aviation stakeholders. If there is one lesson from these past 2 years, is that we need to be prepared for everything. From minus 19% drop in traffic to a sudden increase to pre-pandemic levels due to the repatriation flights, and then who can predict what the next months will bring us. That's why resilience and scalability are the buzzwords that everyone is using nowadays. Resilience to be able to provide safe air navigation services even when your airport is less than 100 kilometers from an active conflict zone. Resilience to split your ATCOs in groups so that a COVID outbreak does not disrupt your services. And scalability to provide the same services when you have few cargo flights as when you have hundreds of scheduled or special flights. Regional airports in Romania have seen an impressive development in the years before the pandemic, with the support of EU-funded modernization programs and the expansion of low-cost carriers that provided the needed connections at an affordable price. And as we put the pandemic behind us, we see that modernization programs are back on track, and also plans for new airports. Regional airports will continue to be in Romania active economic actors, compensating for other infrastructures and taking advantage of our geographical position. Thank you.
Was there any, during the pandemic, was there any, certainly there was, but was there any, how was the state help being organized financially? Can you give us a little insight on that one?
Yes, the state has guaranteed a loan that we have contracted to face this challenge.
And every airport could have access to this loan?
No, this is only for Romața as air navigation service provider.
Ah, okay. That's only for your organization.
Yeah.
But would that also apply to the airports? Do you have any insight in that?
I think Mr. Ciceo can explain how the state intervened in this situation.
But all the Romanian airports are still operating at the moment?
Yeah.
What about Albania? Was the state a good partner in Albania for getting you through the crisis?
Can you hear me? Is microphone working? I'm happy to say that the airport managed without support from the state. I think the Albanian government would not easily have been able to support financially Tirana Airport in the year 2020, but luckily it was not needed because the airport was well positioned even for a downturn of traffic by reacting quickly, reducing the workforce by 10%, reducing costs, not paying out a dividend for the time being to the shareholder, and managing its cash flows very well. So our traffic was down minus 60%, but in the end we still managed a positive result in that year. It was not needed to ask government of Albania for support, and we were very lucky that we were in this privileged position.
Can you give us a short overview on Tirana Airport before COVID, traffic numbers and so on?
Yes.
Maybe your main airlines, so that we have a little idea, because we know from the WIZ model in the end that many of the regional airports, especially in Eastern Europe, have connections with WIZ or other low-cost carriers. What was the situation like in Tirana? And maybe second part would be your vision or what you have experienced in terms of markets that have developed, and your look into the future, let's say, for the next 1-2 years.
I will gladly explain. Thank you, Michael, for this question. In 2019, Tirana had 3.3 million passengers.
About the Cluj size, huh?
Yes. You can compare Tirana very well with Cluj. It is by far the dominant airport in Albania, same as Cluj for this region, that's for sure. And 2019 was the best year in its history. The traffic structure is 50% with Italy. What is the reason for that? A lot of Albanians have moved to Italy, but they come back to visit their families, their country. So 50% is Italy, and we have a mix of a great number of European destinations. But we have also, in the year of the crisis, in 2020, Wizz Air had the courage to announce basing 3 aircraft in Tirana. And in the end, it was 6. In the meantime, they moved up to 8, and today, as Joseph Varadi spoke to us here, there was a parallel press conference in Tirana, and the basing of the 9th aircraft was even announced. So 50% of our traffic is also with Wizz Air, but we have 2 Albanian carriers, Air Albania with 3 aircraft, Alba Wings with 3 aircraft. We have Lufthansa Group, we have a strong partner. Lufthansa is there with 3 airlines, Lufthansa, Austrian and Swiss. And the second part of your question, in a situation of crisis, you have to act flexibly and in an agile way and open up new markets wherever possible. Otherwise, you cannot sustain the crisis. You have to be flexible in accommodating the demands of new entrants. And we have worked on the tourism front because this was likely to pay off most quickly for the summer of 21. And we have increased the tourists from Poland significantly. And we also had a lot of tourists from Ukraine, Russia, but also Armenia and Saudi Arabia. This was a surprise that the Saudis came with flyers on a daily basis from Riyadh, and we hope to repeat it this summer, because after all, even if the temperatures are high in Tirana in summer, they are still 10 degrees lower than at the Gulf, a country with Muslim infrastructure, and mountains, and good food, an inviting country, Albania. So we have made up a lot. Now we face the challenge of having to replace Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus traffic this year, and we are again working in an active way to find new markets. Yesterday we have spoken with Romanian tour operators, and we are trying to get this process going.
So that was not by accident the Saudis in Tirana, but it was the result of successful marketing work. Yeah?
I think I can confirm that, that we have actively marketed the airport, and that this has paid off.
One question, in addition to that, was that an exception, the case of Tirana, was that an exception when you compare your airport to other regional airports? Maybe also in Eastern Europe, maybe also Central Europe, was that because in the end they all followed the downturn after COVID, and some had no traffic for some time even. Huh? Was that an exception, or can you see at other airports, other regional airports, similar sort of marketing efforts, successful marketing efforts?
I believe that the circumstances were very. I believe the circumstances were very lucky. Because the level of COVID restrictions in Albania was low, and even visa restrictions alleviated for Saudi passengers, but mainly a low level of COVID regulation intensity, but in addition also the nature of the traffic. The nature of the traffic is very strongly ethnic Albanian diaspora traffic, which even works in terms of crisis, and the level of business traffic was low anyhow, so it was not very affected. But I should also mention Tirana is a 24-hour airport, and which is not slot regulated, so we have all the flexibility in accommodating airline requests.
Marius, I ask you as someone who maybe knows the passenger from the retail customer side. Maybe you can give us a little overview on your business in Romania. Lagardère is a worldwide, well-known group with thousands of outlets and active at more than 100 airports. When you look back, 160 already, 260 airports. Let's change the mics. Yeah. I hope you guys there from.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Can we get the mics on?
Hello. Yeah, do you hear me now?
Oh, fine.
Okay, perfect.
No.
Yes.
I'm sorry for the wrong figures. It's more than 200 airports.
Yeah, 260 airports.
But when you look, the question I have is when you look, because we're talking about regional airports and their recovery strategies.
Yes.
And one part, of course, is how to get back also the non-aviation related revenues, at least as seen with the eyes from the airport, but also as a business opportunity for companies like yours. So how did you go through the crisis? Did you, did you have the same in the end downturn and then the rebound effect?
Yeah, definitely.
And the second question I have is, do you see a change in passenger behavior after these 2 years?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for the questions. So yes, we follow naturally the trend of passengers because, we are selling to the passengers that are there in the airport. So we saw our revenues cut it by half in 2020.
Where are you active in Romania? Where? Which
in
airports?
all the regional airports, yes.
All
yes,
the regional
but
airports.
not only in the airports. So fortunately, sometimes we are diversified because we are operating not only in duty-free, but also in food service and travel essentials. So we are able to, let's say, propose a mix of brands, local and international, and our own brands. So that gives us more balance in terms of business model.
But you're not in Tirana?
No,
okay.
no, we would like to be. Yes. But going globally, so we follow the trend of the traffic, definitely, and we were trying to be better in terms of conversion rate, so to convince more passengers to buy our products, and spending per pax. So we were having strategy to increase the average tickets, and like this to minimize the impact of the decrease of the pax. Speaking about travel retail and revenue from non-aeronautical sources, worth mentioning that worldwide there is a huge market. So the market is 125 billion euro worldwide, so it's huge. Some consumer brands even call it metaphorically the sixth continent. And out of this, we see that also in terms of revenues of the airports, the revenues coming from the retail is growing, and coming from non-aeronautical revenues generally are growing to almost 40%. So speaking about retail plus food service, it's a market of almost 35 billion euro. And definitely there is ways to better monetize this activity as a source of revenues for the airports. And now I'm going to the regional airports because even more there, you have a lot of changes, let's say, in the passengers' evolution, and you have to be very agile and to communicate very well between airports and retailer, and to anticipate very well the evolution, being the destination, because by destination you sell different things, being the size of the retail you allocate in the airport, so that you can monetize even better that. So we believe that globally, retail as an activity can become even a bigger source of revenue for the regional airports. And in the pandemic, I mean, everybody was struggling to cut costs. Definitely regional airport, because we speak about regional airports, have a big share of fixed costs, so there is limited room to optimize those costs. So having a more balanced approach, looking at ways to maximize revenues and improve the bottom line, it's a smart way to act. Maybe on the second question, when you speak about...
Well, maybe I would like to ask Mugurel, who is representing CETA here, in the end a tech provider for the airports.
And airlines too.
Huh?
And airlines too.
And airlines as well.
Yeah.
And probably an attractive partner for everyone starting a better digital journey for the services, service provisions, and so on. What's your perspective on how CETA in the end could help recovery processes at these airports or at these airlines?
Yeah, that's not quick, but you know, you said my title is Customer Success Manager.
Yes.
Yeah. We are looking for the success of our customers always, despite of the actual time, pre-COVID time, post-COVID time. We are looking for the success. We realized during the times that there are no differences between primary airport and the regional airports. They have almost the same requirements. The difference is on the scale, how much they need, but they need the same services, and they should provide the same services. Pre-pandemic, we have some Same words rounding between us: operational efficiency and cost optimization, and even worse, the cost cutting. And every company was working internally to save the cost, to optimize the services, and they did something. But now it's time to work together on the same issues. So we have to work with all stakeholders in the airport to achieve this target. Otherwise, we will not succeed. So now we are focusing on put all the synergies in the single package, just to be sure we achieve the success. Before we had, you know, for the airports, we have a lot of application which people are considering they are for biggest airport like AODB. Everybody wants AODB. Everybody will look for ACDM or for resource management system and so on. But now we're getting deeper. We are building solutions like for the airport management. It's called airport management, and we put all stakeholders in the same boat, and we act together on the application. So having the IT, having the data, using the data together, we can achieve the target we had.
Am I right when I say that you may have become an even more important moderator between airlines and airports? Because in the end, I think we started to think in systems again. Huh? It's not airlines against or versus airports, but it's airlines with
and
airports
together,
getting through the crisis. And were you asked to be a sort of facilitator and moderator for solutions that in the end would help airports and airlines together?
Airports, airline, ground handlers, auxiliary companies, non-aeronautical companies, parking, everybody should act together for that. And we are giving that platform to have all the data in a single place, and everybody can touch the data, can extract what they need, and can interact and get the So we need to be agile, a little bit agile here. Yeah, this is the word today I saw, it's the agility.
Yes, but do you also provide this data, for example, for service providers like in retail? I mean, they would also probably be also very interested in that.
It's just a short example. It's simple. Till now, the suppliers, they are sending promotion to everybody. Now it's much easier with the application to send dedicated promotion to dedicated customer. So if somebody is coming near to a shop, is crossing near to a shop, instantly he can get the data what he needs. Next time when you visit our airport, you like this kind of drink. We have for you a special promotion for that drink. It's just an example. But more important, it's moving the data from an authority to another, just to create this connection and to create this savings. Saving together is much better than to cut the cost internally on every company.
Marius, do you use these data? And I have this sort of hypothesis that, of course, during Corona, the digital learning curve has become very, very fast. Did that have any impact on your services, maybe also in developing new services? And the second question that I have is, what is your idea, or what are your ideas on the speed of digitalization in future, which will have an impact also on the buying behavior at airports? And do we still have the same passenger from 2019 now, or is the passenger behavior also changing?
Yeah, so it's interesting that Lagardère in November, December last year conducted a very big scale survey in 27 countries with 62 airports and 130 retail brands, trying to understand the industry view on the recovery and the new trends coming and the new requirements from the travel retail activity. So it's interesting that, I mean, nothing very new, some new things, but the order, it's interesting to follow. So one of the first trends that travel retail must address is the convenience, the quick and seamless experience in the store, because people want more distancing, the dwell time is shortening, so we have to deal with that. A second one definitely is digital. They expect more digital experience. So here we have, I would just mention 3 of the direction we are taking. One is what is called in the market phygital, which means bringing in the stores, in the airport, digital experience. So combining physical with digital. And that's the new trend, and probably we will see it more and more in the future executions of retail in the airports. Seamless checkouts, definitely. So self-checkout, people more prefer to buy and close the transaction by themselves. And another big trend is combining e-commerce with the retail experience in the airport, considering that the customer wants to start the transaction before they arrive in the airport. So here we see the service of click, shop, and collect that is more and more a common practice in the market. Definitely data and analytics, it's a big requirement, and we put it, it's one of the main topics in our strategy, and we are investing in digital to understand how should we position as a group for the requirements of the younger generation.
When we talk about business models...
Sorry, Michael, I want to jump on the discussion here. The passenger has always more demands on the lowest and to pay less. That's for sure. It's changing every day. That's human behavior, to ask for more and pay for less. And now the times is changing and the behavior is changing. The passenger want to be informed. They want to have a smooth transition from the entrance of the airport till the boarding, and from the board to exit. They want a smooth transition. They want to be informed. They want to have everything in a single place. And what is now the most common on a travel? It's a mobile phone. So having the mobile phone, we can develop a lot of apps. There are still plenty of them are on the market. We just have to push, and the passenger will have everything in a single place. So we'll connect the passenger with the airline, we'll connect the passenger with the airport, we'll connect the passenger with the airport supplier, and even that will connect the passenger with the airplane. He will know his bag is on the plane. He will know that the pilot is ready to take. So digital is here. The application are on the market. We just have to push a little bit on the.
Konstantin, do you already have experiences or data on this development? I know from other airports that if you have a digital platform, and then I ask how big is part of the overall revenue, of the overall non-aviation revenue. It's not very big at the moment. It's one digit, it's 5 to 7% pre-bookings. From the eye of the airport, it's not only F&B and retail, but it would also be services like VIP services, whatever, transport services, fast track, and all these things. Do you have a platform like that already? No, yeah. Do you already have a platform like that, or do you already have experiences, or in the end, what is your idea of who will the passenger be like, and what do I as an airport have to provide so that that the spend per pax in the end does not decrease, but goes up and develops very well?
we are going into that direction, but we do not have the digital platform yet. But in regard of Tirana Airport, we have to be aware it's not a large airport like Frankfurt or Munich with extensive facilities, long walkways, different places where the passenger can stay. We have a departure area which is relatively small, but we have relatively long dwell times because people are coming well in advance because of the possibility of traffic jam, because of the possibility of queuing before check-in. So to be safe, not to lose their flights, they are staying long time. And this usually contributes to very good consumption, spending per pax, because they are sitting there, but they see the duty-free shop. They still have 15 minutes, so they see what the products are there. The duty-free shop is normally very busy, and they are they have the tendency also to go and look at least what could I perhaps buy. In addition, we have a lot of food and beverage. Albania is kind of a coffee culture. Also, I must say the coffee is very good there. It's much better than in many other places, so I can really recommend. So the spending is good. The share of non-aeronautical revenue compared to aeronautical revenue is probably not satisfactory. It should move up. But for that, we need more space in our terminal. But this is, we are working on tripling the terminal space, adding 7 more gates and additional commercial facilities. So we will be there at the end of this year, most likely.
A sort of provocative question to you again, Marius. Will there be physical duty free in 20 years' time?
Sorry, I didn't get.
Will there still be a physical duty free in 20 years' time?
Yeah, we hope so. Or if not, we will be in another business, in e-commerce.
Yeah, probably an open question.
Yeah.
That's maybe the last part we should talk a little bit about is on technology. And because we have seen that the pandemic also initiated a big push in technological developments, especially I think it has speeded up the digital thinking at the airports. You also need, of course, the money for that. So what is your forecast on what will happen technologically? Can technology in the end help coming out of the crisis and having a better new normal in future?
Yes, in the last 2 years, we have continued our work with our colleagues from Brașov County and also from Romanian CAA in order to have the first remote tower for the new airport that has been built in Brașov. It will for sure be a turning point for Romanian aviation, not only due to the new technologies being implemented, but also as a model of cooperation between the CAA, the NSAP, and the local decision makers.
Any comments on technology?
From my side,
it then will be the last comment, and we have to stop. Sorry. No, everybody can, of course, comment.
Just a short comment.
Yeah.
We have one technological improvement which for us is very important. We have to increase the throughput speed in the security, in the scanning process. And there is a new generation of scanners called C3 scanners, where people do not have to put out liquids or laptops out of their hand luggage. And this will increase the speed of the throughput. We are in the process of installing these 3 scanners. This is probably not the technology you are asking, but for us it's important.
That's good for the dwell time.
Yes, good for the dwell time. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely technology will be part of our strategy, and it is already for 2 big reasons. Yes, we want to be faster in our activities and transaction and reaction and developments inside stores and the evolution of the concept. So we will use information and technology to do that on one side. On the other side, it's create experience. So for sure, the stores of tomorrow in the airports will have more experience based on new technologies that are appearing.
Yeah. For me, I'm thinking on the 4 pillars for the technology. First one is the cybersecurity, because we are using a lot of data, and the data are important, and data can be used in different ways. So cybersecurity is the first pillar. The second one is the cloud services. Cloud services give us the mobility, the agility. We cannot need to invest too much. The technology is not owned by us, it's owned by somebody else, which can assure full process, full maintenance, and so on. The third pillar is the biometric. Let's go biometric. Let's have a single token from entry to exit. It will help us to speed up the process, to know every person, where it is, what he's doing, behaviors, and do analytics after that. And the last one is touchless, and the last, IoT. IoT will come over us, and we have to be careful, but we don't have to stop it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. A big applause to this distinguished panel. We could have more time. Adrian.
Yeah, thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you for the moderation, Michael. And now we start our lunch break, and I ask you to be back at 2:45 p.m. sharp again. Please, because we have a very interesting afternoon here. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch.
Yes.
television, just look on the stage. Rüdiger, yeah? Shamil, if you want to be in television, turn, yeah? Then you can say hello to your people, yeah? Okay. So, are we ready with the live stream? Yes? Jessica, are we ready with live stream? We are checking it, sorry, it takes maybe some seconds. Piotr, you can already go to the stage if you want. You can, or you stay here? Okay, then also fine. Okay. It's the same problem as yesterday with David. He's too tall, so I can't approach too much. Yeah,
yeah, indeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start. Piotr, let's start. And you get my microphone.
Okay.
Good afternoon. It's a very difficult slot after lunch, but I promise I make it interesting, so hopefully you will not sleep. This is Ukrainian perspective. I'm CFO of Ukrainian International Airlines. And usually at such events, people are coming to see a picture of something which is interesting. What I would like here, maybe a little bit more detailed analysis of what's going on. My whole presentation is pre-war, war, and then some thoughts about this crisis and how it affects airline industry, how it affects us. Very briefly. I mean, Ukraine International was established in '92, almost 30 years ago. We were quite successful, growing. We grew to up 8 million passengers and almost $1 billion turnover, and fleet of 44 planes, and it was pre-COVID. But it was not a smooth ride all those years. In 2014, we lost two very important markets, second and third biggest markets in Ukraine, which was Crimea and Donetsk. Then, same time, Russian aerospace was closed for the flights of Ukrainian carriers. So, for example, a flight from Kiev to Astana, instead of 4 hours, took 6.5 hours. The same was also with Chinese flights, and obviously, tremendous cost of this. Plus, there were no more flights to Russia before crisis. In 2013, we have 7 daily flights just to Moscow, not to mention secondary cities. Then came January 8th, we lost an airplane. And this is a picture from flight radar, how on that night, planes were departing Tehran. And for some reason, the PS752 did not manage. It was COVID in Kiev. This is the main terminal. It started March 16 with a full closure and quarantine. And then when we thought that everything is over and that we can restart everything, there was a United Airlines lost an engine over Denver, and it was a 777 Pratt Whitney powered. And until today, all those planes are grounded. Unfortunately, they are free also in colors of Ukraine International. So it was not an easy way. However, what I'm proud of is that in 2021, we made a profit, operational and net profit. Unfortunately, due to the crisis, nobody cares. So today, our mission is simply to survive. Why to survive? Because the war started on the 24th of September. So very briefly, maybe about war. This is a headquarters somewhere on the 6th floor. There is my window also. And this is how it looked on a second night. It was a drone which was shut down. As you can see, there are still lights on. It was a second night. I mean, today, obviously, the city does not look the same. This is the biggest, at that time, plane, Mria, landing in Rzeszów in January. And this is how it looks today. And our planes, as you can see, this is a satellite picture from March 22nd. On those positions are our planes. And the biggest question for us is, will this airport look the same tomorrow? Nobody knows. So maybe now some thoughts on costs, on the Russian aviation market, and also on leisure and how it might affect all of us. So somebody today already mentioned the fuel prices and the problem I think everyone knows very well. There is also another problem which is new to us. I mean, we live last 10 years in a totally different environment. Now inflation is everywhere and in all jurisdictions and in all economies, and most probably it will affect us also very much. Plus, there is another issue, it's insurance. I mean, we still don't know what will be the effects of the war on the insurance rate, but for sure there will be big changes, especially in a war policies, how they are written. Russian aviation. We have some planes which have been physically arrested. The case was, for example, in Canada. Some Russian planes stay over. However, we have also a Russian fleet of Russian-built airplanes. This is on the picture is Sukhoi, which is 50% EU and America manufactured spare parts. So basically, also the future for that fleet, I think it is quite bleak. We have also an issue with the lease termination. As you know, on Monday there was a date set up for the return of the planes, which didn't happen. We had a forceful deregistration or nationalization and re-registration. So basically, as you can see on this picture, on the first line, it's a Russian registered planes. Behind are Cayman Islands registry. This is something which is now very familiar. So there is a hole in the middle of Europe, and everyone is avoiding that airspace. And it also affects long-haul flights. Here it's an example of Finnair routing to Thailand. How it will affect leisure? I'm Polish, and this is Krakow, and the tourist chamber said that they see a cancellation because people are afraid to travel to Poland. Poland is perceived as a border country, and for some reason people are afraid. So this, to some extent, affects, I think, airline industry too. We have other effects like Russian tourists no longer being able to use Visa or MasterCards. So this for sure will create empty beds, and most probably this will also create an opportunity for some other tourists to fill those beds, presumably at different lower rates. So will people travel? This is, I think, one question, at least in the region which we are now covering on this conference. And then if they travel, will they enjoy it? So that's also a question. I would like now to focus on some bigger problems and maybe not only related to aviation, but also to the world we live in. So it's a scale of migration. It's a crisis which, in my opinion, is not a regional crisis. It's a possibility of escalation, and then to what extent this might end up in a new order. We have huge arrivals in Poland. It's 2.4 million as of today. Roughly every second, 66% of refugees take Poland. It's also because earlier on there were a lot of migrants in Poland from Ukraine. However, we need to understand that 90% of them are women and children. So the issue is that first, children need to be put in a school, and only then the mom can go and seek employment. So it's a big social problem. On the other hand, we have, in Poland, at least 200,000 Ukrainians who are returning to fight. This already affects construction, industry, and many others in Poland. Then there is another question. I mean, what if this conflict is a long one? Well, what if there is 10 million refugees? How we will cope with it? Is it manageable in European scale? We also need to remember that this is a conflict between biggest two exporters of food in the world. So grain, oil, olive oil, not olive oil, sunflower oil, those are supplies which will be missing. And for sure now we can say that the harvest of 2022 will be affected. So this crisis will for sure be also felt beyond Europe, especially in the countries which are dependent on import of grain. There might be an energy crisis too. but this is something we used to live with, so I think we know how to cope. Here I wanted to present a model of conflict escalation, because there is a lot of discussion how the conflict might change, what is on the mind of one man, how he will react. And I focus on the right-hand side. It's, as you can see, those three phases which are basically lose-lose scenario. And there is a big danger that one of these might happen. So starting from limited destruction, where people are no longer judging how the counterparty will react, going to destroying the basis of power, and then the final stage is simply that we don't care what happens to us and to the other party. This is a real danger, and I think that one also should take this into account when judging what is the future of this crisis. Also, there is discussion that the crisis might escalate. Again, as I said, I'm Polish, and I'm very much aware that on this list, Poland is there. So for sure, the chances of escalation maybe are not that big, but still, this is another option which we need to take into account. One more thing which affects all of us is that during the last 30 years, we lived comfortable lives, and we basically were taking many things for granted. And only now there is a movement to increase spending on army, increase spending on security. And this is something which is absolutely new and something which did not happen in the last 30 years. The question also is, by chance, here is a Ukrainian flag in the front. The question is also, what is the role of many institutions which today are silent simply because they cannot do anything, because they were built in 1945 and there was at that time a different division of power. I'm referring to the Second World War because at that time, this is a map from 1942, there were thoughts how the new order will look like. This is winter 1941-42, and it already shows expansion of Soviet Union. Obviously, there are some things which never happened, like Indian subcontinent being united, or fact that the United States covered the whole of North America. But I'm just saying that this is a period where also ideas about new order are being evaluated. So, what we should do? I think for sure it's not a time for a depression. And in my opinion, we should first of all support Ukraine and not let this fade away. We should be ready for more turbulence. This is my opinion. It's not the end. And we might be forced to cross into new territories. This is for sure an issue with the leasing and how the lease arrangements are structured. This is for sure with the insurance, but maybe also with few other things. So finally here, what I would like to say is that it's up to us whether we will be leading this change or will be the followers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karvich. Thank you. So thank you again for your presentation, which was really very interesting for all of us. Good or bad vision, we don't know yet, but maybe it's really happening what we learned in the past. More turbulence. We now go on with our session about Ukraine and the crisis and the consequences, the framework for the airline industry. And this will be moderated by Claudia Taparel, Global Public Speaker, former member of the European Parliament. And I hand it over to you, and you will introduce your panelist. Thank you very much for joining us today for this extremely important session in the afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy that we still have such a big public, even it was the lunch break. And yes, we have a very important discussion right now about the Eastern European airspace in this unprecedented situation that we are facing, the war that it is at our border, at the Romanian border in Ukraine. So together with me today and together with us will be Mr. Vitaly Kucheruk, Director of Kherson International Airport. So Mr. Kucheruk, please take your seat. Also, we'll have here today Mr. Lars Mosdorf, Managing Director, Düsseldorf Airport. Hello, welcome. And also, we'll have a representative of the European institutions, Mr. Andrei Mungiu, which is Policy Officer in DG MOVE European Commission. And also, we'll have together today with us Hannah, which will help us with the interpretation for our guests from Ukraine. So, as I said, it's true, it is a reality that we are facing this situation in Ukraine, and of course that it's affecting the East European airspace, but in general it's affecting all the European aviation. So, because I want to set a general context of our discussion today, I will put this question, which in your opinion consider that are the most important risks that we are facing, having in the consideration this situation in Ukraine. So Mr. Andrei Mungiu, because you are representing the European institutions, let's hear your opinion about this general context that we are facing and the risks.
Good morning, good afternoon everybody. Thank you for the invitation. It is wonderful to have this event in Romania. And before delving into your question, I just want to send a message of support, a very strong message of support to Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine, and we have shown through our actions in the past month that we are 100% behind you. I think it's not too courageous to say that European aviation is the envy of the world. Mr. Schwarzman from IATA mentioned in the morning that we are the best connected continent and the best connected citizens of the world, or at least we used to be until the COVID crisis. And what Europe has managed was also the democratization of aviation and allowing it to spread and to create connectivity. And without this connectivity, which is another key word which was stressed this morning and yesterday in the press conference, we would not have the European public sphere that we have now, and we would not have this unity together. All this is put at risk. It was already put at risk by COVID. We managed to get past it, and we are now facing a different type of crisis, but one which could be deeper and broader, and it's more unpredictable than even the COVID crisis. There are different scenarios, and we could see the war going on for a very long time, or we could see it for a shorter period of time. But that does not mean that the consequences of this brutal war are going to end very soon. There is already a sanctions regime which inflicts terrible pain on Russian aviation, but also inflicts consequences on our own European aviation. There is a risk that we will not be able to manage properly so that in the long term we can limit the damage of these sanctions. So this is why we need to keep being wise and to learn from the ongoing practices towards a goal of being able to continue our growth, to continue that aviation, European aviation is at the forefront of world aviation, and we do not fall into a situation where the war in Ukraine has a disproportionate effect on European aviation, on Eastern European aviation, and we do not manage it properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mosdorf, the same question.
Thank you very much. Warm welcome from my side. I fully agree, and I mean the presentation we've just seen about the war that is ongoing, I believe that the dimension that this war has is much more than being regional. The UN World Travel Organization just cited that it will be the regional conflict will bring us to a worldwide impact that is severe. And if I look at the numbers, also in aviation from an airport perspective, of course, that I can only do, but I can see that we are coming out of a crisis, out of a COVID crisis with severe economical problems in the industry. And now that we see kind of a little bit the light at the end of the tunnel, we face another situation in which we are very unsecure and unsafe how the growth will come back and how the trust of the passengers will come back. If you just look at the number of IATA, not linked directly to the impact in Ukraine, but when the war started, 8% of the bookings reduced worldwide, 14% reduced within Europe. And this influence, of course, is hitting all of us. And the question is, how does the travel industry that brings us back to the connectivity that you just mentioned, how does it infect? If I look at the Düsseldorf perspective, for example, I'm not so much afraid about the numbers that I can see. Within Russia and the Russian traffic, just the numbers, Russian traffic and Ukraine traffic heads 500,000 passengers a year, which is not a significant volume. However, what I already can see today, that the booking on the eastern part of Europe is reduced. I think the upcoming western part of the upcoming growth on the western part of Europe will continue for the short term. But the big question is, at the moment, those people who are traveling for leisure, they travel also because they are coming out of the crisis and they have a big need and a big demand for travel. But what will change travel habits once the inflation continues to be the level it is at the moment, for example? The second question then is also, I can today already feel the cost increase that we have at the airport. So we have an indirect influence on a daily work because materials become more expensive. We try at the moment to reduce our gas dependencies, for example, by increasing the level of renewable energy that we're using already at Düsseldorf Airport. And those are day-to-day issues that we're already facing. We will have to delay projects because the work and the materials are not delivered on time. And those effects are much bigger, I think, than the specific things that we can see in the current numbers of deviation of aviation in the airspace, for example.
I understand, and we are aware of this, and in the continuing our discussion, we'll also try to find some solution. But now I have a more technical question for you, because we know already that the European institution decided to take some sanctions, to put some sanction against Russia. And I want to ask you in this context, which should be the role of the network manager at this moment, what he has to do? And of course, I will come with this question to the representative of the European Commission.
The network manager needs to maintain its role as a consolidator and a coordinator with the service provider. This is clear. And one of the impacts of, we have seen very recently, and we have seen it even on a slide, is that there is a variation, there is a fluctuation in the levels of traffic in different airspaces, which vary from almost doubling in airspaces like Georgia or Armenia to halving in Lithuania or almost the same in Poland. So the ANSPs are working in very strenuous conditions with an ever-changing environment. And the network manager is there to help them, so Eurocontrol which has been appointed as network manager, is there to facilitate coordination between them. In the context of the sanctions, the Belarus and the Russia sanctions are a bit different, but through a recent regulation update, the network manager does not have to take recourse to the member states to request a notification of air mission in order to reject a flight plan over Belarus or incoming from Russian airlines, but it can do it automatically. This is in any way not overstepping the sovereignty of member states, because it is just the transposition in reality of a council decision, but it facilitates the putting into practice this decision. Similarly, we will assess whether the role of the network manager needs to be updated or altered in any way, but for now, as an immediate measure, this is what we agreed upon.
What is your opinion as representative of the airports about this, let's say, enhanced power that has now the network manager?
I would totally agree in what you just said. I think it's more a technical question at the moment, how to operate the airspace, and therefore I think the effects about the change of the usage of the airspace is much bigger and will stay much longer and will influence our industry much longer as the technical aspects on how to manage the current situation.
Mr. Vitaly Kucheruk, I will come to you, but we are trying now to set the European context and how is affected about this situation in Ukraine. So I will come with another question to the representative of the European Commission and Mr. Mosdorf, and after that I will come to you to analyze the situation in Ukraine. So we set the context right now, and also setting the context, you also mentioned some of the impact that has this situation from Ukraine to all the European airports and to the entire European airspace, not only the Eastern European airspace. Can you be more specific, Mr. Mosdorf, about this impact regarding, let's say, the customer behavior and attitude? You already mentioned a little bit about this, and also regarding the freight aviation, because also this is affected at this moment. And also after that, I will come to Mr. Andrei Mungiu, and I will ask him, because he's the representative of the European institutions here, what role should have the European Commission and also the network manager to resolve this problem? What solution they will find to resolve this problem that we are facing right now and this negative impact that is affecting all our European aviation?
Talking about the broader effects of the current situation, I think, first of all, I fully agree what was said before. To live in peaceful times and to have the chance to develop our lives, our personal lives, but also our economy, was something that we took for granted, and we now realize that it's not. And as being also the former CFO of St. Petersburg Airport, I know a little bit the habits of how Russians, the people of Russia, used to travel, for example, and they are, according to some statistics, number 10 in worldwide travelers. So you can see that in general, not the whole society, but a part of the society is willing to also travel abroad and learn about the habits of the world and the culture of the world. And if we come now back to the current situation, of course, economical things need to be evaluated on a new way. You mentioned freight. I think freight is a good measurement to understand the development of the overall economy, because it gives us a good parameter how the international overall supply chain is working. And we had severe problems in the time during the crisis of COVID, because we suddenly learned that it became much more complex over the years. We didn't have stock available and so on. And we see that sea freight is also struggling. We had problems in harbors. And I think also from an airport perspective, we proved that we as aviation industry are a significant developer in the overall supply chain. So for example, I can just remember the situation when the crisis came over us and we started to keep the airports open and to keep the flights going, to get patients back, for example, to deliver also medicine, for example, and also to keep international supply chains somehow available. And this is now in the second time under high tension. Because if you just look at the new routes, for example, that we have to consider if we have to go around Russia, which is for the European carriers the case, not so for the Japanese carriers, by the way. But if you consider that routes took 2 or 3 hours longer, you need to take more gas or more fuel with you, which means you have less space for freight. If you look just at the weekly connection between Germany and Russia, you have 140. We had 140 connections with 5,000 tons of freight every week, and it just shows, if you look at the special aircrafts that we also see, which are not anymore available, which transported very huge and large amounts of freight. I think it shows that the international distribution is coming to a point that is really under high tension. And I think that's an effect that we will see in the next few weeks. No, I don't want to speculate on the forthcoming of the war, of course hoping that it will end as soon as possible, but to find a compromise there. I think enough damage has been done so far. But the effects that we can see on a daily basis in the industry, in the supply chain, is severe, and we will not be able to rewind it easily once the crisis is over.
So how can the European Commission and all the European institutions and responsible can address these problems and also find some solutions to them? We had, let's be sincere, also a discussion before this panel, and we say that it's a situation that is evolving, and of course that it's a lot of unknown, but still I think somehow we have to be prepared and somehow preventive, trying to prevent like bigger consequences.
Yes, absolutely. But I would start a bit earlier by appreciating the agility and the resilience of the entire sector, which has been proven and shown during the COVID crisis. And one of the speakers in the morning said that unfortunately the time has come for the sector to prove its resilience again. Also, our institutions have proven adaptability to a level which only 3 or 4 years ago was almost unimaginable. During the COVID crisis, we have shown a lot of flexibility on things like state aid. Let's not forget the EU Digital COVID Certificate, the EU DCC, which is not intrinsically an aviation product, but was so successful in the recovery worldwide that it was adopted for aviation purposes, and it was adopted everywhere. So we have shown that we can take measures which can alleviate concerns, and in the current context of the war in Ukraine, we are already beginning with not similar measures, but measures which have the same end effect, alleviating concerns. One of them is ensuring better connectivity for airports, and here regional airports or mid-sized airports have a special role, which are close to the borders of Ukraine. Already aviation shown a lot of flexibility by organizing flights with refugees so that they can go in all different regions of Europe. Of course, the border countries remain disproportionately affected, but aviation is doing quite a lot to alleviate the pressure on the border countries. And we need to assess more support for multimodal connectivity from Ukraine so that aviation participates in solving this, well, not necessarily solving, but diminishing this very serious problem. When it comes to the issues that Mr. Lars has mentioned, indeed, the routes have changed. We see a lot more frequency in the use of the southern route towards Asia. Even the polar route is used by some airlines to go to Japan, but that is very inconvenient. And we need to assess, we do not have all the answers right now, but we need to assess how this new capacity concerns on the southern route, corroborated with increased fuel prices, can be addressed. I will
give you an example.
Yes,
in the COVID pandemic period, many of the national companies have received this kind of support from the European Union regarding, let's say, more flexibility with the incentive from the state. So it was a good measure, you know, to have this kind of flexibility from the part of the European Union. So probably the situation is not similar, but also it's affecting a lot the aviation sector, and as Mr. Lars Mosdorf was mentioning, it's affecting a lot the flux of travelers, the travelers' behavior. Also, it's affecting other types of aviation services. So we are expecting of, let's say, a more pragmatic help. Do you think that the European institutions should take into consideration to give a similar support?
It is possible. I don't have a crystal ball, but definitely we are thinking about that. And besides the short-term support, there is always the long-term support which we are trying to offer, and that is the support of regulatory certainty for different points of view. Just to give an example, the Fit for 55, it was discussed earlier. This is going to probably increase the cost, but reduce dependency from fossil fuel sources. And the goal is to have a very long-term view in order to give this regulatory certainty. Measures regarding slots, measures regarding airport charges. I know these are very controversial subjects, but if we do not progress with that, and if we continue to work in a regulatory vacuum, then we are not taking definitely sufficient support
As
steps.
a former legislator, I agree that we have to be sure that we have a regulatory framework that it will offer to the aviation sector the possibility to have a maximum efficiency in developing their activity. But still, I think that it's important right now, because when you have this kind of crisis situation, to take measures for the short term, for the gap that is that is generated by this kind of situation. So normally this kind of pragmatic, let's say, support should be financial. So, and everybody, when he's looking at the European Commission, I was a member of the European Parliament, it's looking for the financial support. So that's why aviation was double hit, was hit by the pandemic situation, and all the airplanes were staying at the field, you know. And now, even in this situation with all the rerouting and all the consequences generated by the war, it will be still a very big damage to them. So, Mr. Lars Morsdorf, you are at this moment satisfied with what is, let's say, the context of the discussion regarding the support received by the aviation, or you can come with some solution, which are exactly the, let's say, the expectation of the sector regarding this kind of support?
I would like to remember that the COVID crisis is not over yet. So the financial situation, and even if traffic comes back in a way that we expect, and we're very optimistic at the moment that the Easter travel period will be on a very high level, and it's coming back, and the demand is coming back, which is very positive. However, we need to understand that the effects of the COVID crisis financially for the aviation sector will continue for at least 2 to 3 years. So it will take quite a lot of time to refinance those packages of credits we took over. We had to take over to survive, to actually to continue our existence. And I'm talking about airports, I'm also talking about aviation in a broader sense. And I think we as an industry proved in the COVID crisis that we are an infrastructure provider, and that we have an effect, or our functioning has an effect on the broader society. I'm not talking only about tourism, I'm also talking about all the other goods that we're transporting, and also about, I would say at least within Europe, you can see that how important the aviation industry is also for the exchange of the cultural aspects. And this also first needs to come back. So I think it's not the time actually to have a very important but very focused discussion in between the aviation players. I think we need to stand together, and we need to see that, of course, we should now overcome the crisis. And I just can't, and I think I fully agree what you said in the parallel to what you mentioned with the COVID crisis. Of course, any financial help for the different service providers within the overall aviation chain is helpful, and is probably necessary also, especially in the regional airport situation that you described around Ukraine, to assure that the need for the infrastructure can continue.
Thank you so much. And now we'll focus of the situation in Ukraine, which of course it's something that we didn't expect it. We didn't expect it to have a war in Europe. We didn't expect it to face this kind of situation. But I think the most affected is Ukraine. So we have with us Mr. Vitaly Kucheruk, and I want from him. I know that you have also a presentation, and I want from you to tell us which is exactly the reality in Kherson. Because we have a lot of media information, but we want from you, let's say, the real information from the battlefield, unfortunately.
Знаете,
Because I don't want to interrupt you, I am aware, and we are all really hoping that this war will end soon. So, at the moment when the war will end, which is the real support? What kind of needs you need to be supported and covered by the European institution, and about all the people and all the states that can offer you this kind of support?
Знаете, был такой известный немецкий канцлер Бисмарк.
You know, there was this famous German chancellor, Bismarck.
Он сказал, когда говорят дипломаты, пушки молчат.
He said, when diplomats are talking, the tanks and rockets are quiet.
А, к сожалению, здесь такой случай, что дипломаты не смогли договориться, ни европейские, ни американские, ни русские, ни украинцы.
And sadly, the situation is that the diplomats cannot come to any conclusion, nor Ukrainian, Russian, American, or European diplomats.
Поэтому это беда всего мира.
This is a big tragedy for the whole world.
Нам, наверное, не хватает таких канцлеров сейчас.
I think we're lacking such kind of counselors right now.
Аэропорт Чернобаевка – это аэропорт Херсон, который находится в 15 километров от города, и населенный пункт Чернобаевка 3 километра от аэропорта.
Basically, the Chernobyivka airport is the Kherson airport. It's located 15 kilometers from Kherson city and 3 kilometers from Chernobyivka village itself.
Мы специально не показывали вам карту Украины и где идут боевые действия. Вы можете это сами потом посмотреть, где находится аэропорт Херсон.
We are not showing you the map of Ukraine. You can easily find it online where exactly the Kherson airport is located.
Это наши показатели. Аэропорт долгое время не работал. Его начали восстанавливать после того, когда Россия захватила Крым.
This is the map of our development. The airport wasn't functioning for a long time, and it only started developing and reconstructing when Russia invaded Crimea.
Первая компания, которая стала работать в аэропорту Херсон в 2016 году, это компания Turkish Airlines, которая перебазировалась с Донецка в Херсон.
So the first airlines which were operating from Kherson airport was Turkish Airlines because they transferred from Donetsk airport to Kherson airport.
В 2018 году мы приехали сюда, в Клуж-Напока, по приглашению Дэвида и посмотрели этапы развития Клуж-Напоки. Очень показательно сравнили с нашим регионом и увидели, что темпы роста очень похожи на румынские.
In 2018, we came here to see David in Cluj, and we saw the steps of development of this airport, and it was very similar to ours, the temps and the speed of development and the way it's being developed, so we became friends.
150 тысяч пассажиров в Клуж-Напоке было в 2003 году, когда они получили безвиз в Европу.
In 2003, the passenger traffic was only 150,000 people here in Cluj, right after there was the visas were cancelled for European Union.
Следующий всплеск пассажиров было, когда Румыния вошла в Евросоюз, по-моему, 2007 год.
The next rise was in 2007, approximately, when Romania entered European Union.
Поэтому мы так и планировали развивать наш аэропорт такими же темпами, связанными вместе с политической жизнью Украины.
That's why these steps look very similar to our steps of development, and because they correlate with the steps of political development of the country of Ukraine.
Когда украинский народ выбрал себе дорогу в Евросоюз.
It happened when Ukrainian people chose the road to European Union.
Это очень сильно не понравилось нашему северному соседу.
Our northern neighbor didn't like our choice.
Здесь желтым нарисованы наш пассажиропоток. Сначала то, что мы недополучили от коронавируса в 2020 году.
The yellow on the graphics is what we didn't get, what we are lacking of getting due to COVID.
Следующее – это мы, благодаря президенту Зеленскому, начали вкладывать большие средства в инвестиции аэропорта и закрыли аэропорт сознательно для того, чтобы восстановить новую инфраструктуру.
And the last graphic is shown our development thanks to our president Zelensky, because we received a lot of investment and we closed the airport intentionally to do the reconstruction and renovation and proper development of it.
Когда он стал президентом,
Before starting the war, at what level of development it was the airport?
У нас...
In the process of reconstruction?
Да.
We will see it later in the
Да,
presentation.
в слайдах все будет видно. Вот он приехал к нам в 2019 году, когда стал президентом.
Here's the picture when he arrived in 2019, when he became a president.
И мы полностью были готовы для того, чтобы инвестировать большие средства в инфраструктуру аэропорта.
And we were completely ready to do the big investments in development of infrastructure of our airport.
Это наши инвестиции, которые мы просили. Почему мы были готовы? Потому что, начиная с 2017 года, на все инфраструктурные объекты у нас уже были проекты.
We were ready when they announced the investments because from 2017 we were preparing the projects and we were basically ready to develop any infrastructure.
За 19-21 год мы получили порядка около 22 миллионов евро инвестиций.
From 2019 to 2021 we received around 20 millions of investment.
Мы расширили, удлинили и восстановили взлетно-посадочную полосу.
We made the runway wider, longer, and with a new cover.
Мы поставили новую светосигнальную систему, соответствующую первой категории ИКАО.
We have input the new light signal system, which is now correlating with the first category of ICAO.
Мы поставили новую современную систему двор ДМЕ навигационную.
We have installed the new modern navigation system, DVOR DME.
И в 2022 году планировали поставить новую систему точного захода на посадку с 2 курсов.
And in this year, we were planning to put the accurate approach system for 2 courses, 2 directions.
Современное ограждение.
The modern perimeter fencing.
Полная реконструкция старого терминала.
Total reconstruction of the old airport terminal.
27 марта должно было быть открытие аэропорта.
And it was planned to have the celebratory ceremony of opening of the airport on 27th of March.
Который
27th of February.
должен был открывать президент Украины.
This year, and the president was supposed to be there for the ceremony.
У нас были планы, что открывать будет самый большой самолет в мире Мрия Ан-225.
It was planned that the celebratory opening will be performed by the biggest airplane in the world, which is Mriya, which is An-225.
На сегодня нет ни Мрии, нету аэропорта Херсон.
And as of now, we don't have nor the plane Mriya, nor the airport of Kherson.
Кроме этого, мы планировали еще остальные инвестиционные моменты на 5 лет до 2026 года.
For the next 5 years, there is the plan of other investments that were planned.
Даже вот так должен был выглядеть современный аэропорт.
That was the plan of the airport, how it's supposed to look like by 2026.
Очень удобный для авиакомпаний, потому что много рулежных дорожек и близко находится перрон. Это экономия топлива.
That would be one of the most convenient airports because of the big amount of taxiways, and they're in the very close vicinity of the runway, and that saves a lot of fuel for the airlines.
Базовую компанию, в том числе и Визер, приглашали, и это минимально 1 миллион пассажиров в год.
Many airlines were invited to perform flights from and in Kherson Airport, including Wizz Air, and that would be approximate minimum of 1 million people.
Мы даже, у нас в комплекс аэропорта Херсон входит аэропорт Скадовск. Он находится на берегу моря, Черного моря, 100 километров от Херсона.
Also in this plan, another aerodrome was included. It's Skadovsk runway, Skadovsk aerodrome. It's 100 kilometers away from Kherson on the seashore.
И там такие маленькие радости для бизнес-авиации, для авиашоу, для прыжков с парашюта.
It was a perfect location for business aviation, air shows, skydiving, etc.
И это все поддержал президент.
And Zelensky, the president, supported entire plan.
На сегодня этого ничего нету.
As of now, nothing of this exists.
So now we have a ruin instead of a new airport, to understand. Now we have a ruin instead of a new airport.
Yeah,
Everything is destroyed.
We will show you in a bit.
На сегодня зато Россия остается среди 36 членов Совета ИКАО.
And nevertheless, Russia is still remaining one of 36 countries of the ICAO Council.
Несмотря на постоянные нарушения воздушного пространства, несмотря на нарушение устава Организации Объединенных Наций и несмотря на первую часть конвенции о гражданской авиации, где на первом месте безопасность полетов гражданской авиации.
Despite despite all the regulations, the regulations of UN, the first convention, the first annex of Convention of ICAO, and despite all the invasions in our airspace, they're still sitting in the Council of ICAO.
Россия постоянно нарушает воздушное пространство. Достаточно одного случая сбитого Боинга малайзийского.
Russia is always invading others' airspaces. For example, Malaysian aircraft, which was hit, Boeing.
Почему 36 стран в Совете ИКАО, туда, к сожалению, не входит Украина, не входит Румыния, почему эти 36 стран не инициируют о выводе Совета России?
Sadly, Ukraine and Romania are not part of this board, but why other 36 countries do not initiate the exclusion of Russia from this council?
Давайте будем солидарны в этом вопросе.
Let's show some solidarity in this issue.
Тут много европейских стран. Давайте обратимся прямо с нашей платформы Aviation Cluj.
Here are a lot of European countries present today. Let's announce and request from this platform.
К тем европейским странам, это Германия, Финляндия и другие, Франция.
We are talking about all the European countries which are included in the board, which is Germany, Finland, France and others.
Чтобы они инициировали о выводе России с Совета.
They should initiate the exclusion of Russia from the board, from the Council of ICAO.
Тогда эта платформа будет действенная, тогда она что-то решает.
Then this platform will be active and will actually make any decisions.
На сегодня есть системы продажи билетов, где Россия покупает билеты, бронирует туристические поездки из России в Россию в таких глобальных системах, как Amadeus, как Галилео, как Себер и другие. Почему эти компании их не исключают?
Up until now, Russians still can buy and sell tickets for all over the world through such systems like Amadeus, Galileo and others. Why are they not excluded?
Давайте покажем тоже, что не просто ко мне подходят и говорят: вы беженец, хотите вас поселим где-то.
Let's show some more actions, not just like people approach me and ask me if I personally have place to stay as I'm a refugee.
И женщины подходят и плачут, и говорят: какие вы несчастные. Давайте мы здесь что-то сделаем с этой платформы.
Women approach me and cry and say they're sorry, but let's actually do something from this platform, which will actually make the difference.
И это будет очень действительно.
That would really make difference. Can we have some sound, please?
Политики большого уровня должны помочь закрыть небо, потому что это гибнут мирные жители.
Politicians of big levels should help to close the sky because civilians suffer.
Эти ракеты запускаются с территории России из кораблей России.
The rockets are being sent from territory of Russia and from the sea.
Поэтому мы должны иметь хорошую авиацию,
That's why we need to have good aviation equipment,
чтобы не пускать их авиацию к нам на территорию,
not to let their aviation interfere into our airspace.
а также хорошие системы ПВО.
We also need good anti-missiles equipment.
Это мы просим в восточных странах.
We are asking Western countries for that.
Это Румыния, Словакия, Польша, Болгария. Это техника Советского Союза, ту, которую мы эксплуатируем. И у нас отважные офицеры, солдаты и профессионалы большого уровня. Нам нужна только помощь вот в этой технике.
We are only asking for this equipment from such countries like Romania, Bulgaria, Latvia, Slovakia, because it's ex-USSR equipment, and our heroes know how to use it and will make it really well.
К сожалению, вы сами увидели, гибнут мирные люди, ни в чем не повинные.
Unfortunately, as you can see, only civilians suffer most.
Это наши потери, это предварительные расчеты, то, что мы уже сегодня видим. И, как я говорю, вот то, что мы делали 5 лет, мы все это потеряли.
These are approximate losses and damages in money-wise context. We cannot make it more precise because we're not there, it's occupied, and approximate loss is around 36.5 million by now, and we cannot evaluate it more or more precisely.
Если вы сегодня посмотрите, то аэропорт Чернобаевка, как его сейчас называют, он имеет стратегическое значение.
If you look at the map, the location of Chernobyevka, also Kherson Airport, has a strategic location.
Там постоянно накапливаются силы Российской Федерации.
All the Russian military powers and forces are gathering there all the time.
У меня двойственное...
Why Kherson?
Одна минута.
Continue with your presentation, but I
That's
want
the
to
answer.
know why Kherson?
Что?
Почему Херсон именно?
Да, спасибо за вопрос.
Thank you for your
Это войска Российской Федерации, которые накоплены в Крыму.
Those are the military forces that were collected in Crimea.
Это у них другого пути нету, как идти через Днепр и только накапливать войска за Херсоном, потому что дальше идет голая степь.
They have no other choice rather than just cross the river Dnieper and collect their forces in Kherson, because further there is just fields.
Дальше идет наступление на Николаев, окружение Одессы и наступление на Киев с юга.
In other direction, there is an attack to Mykolaiv, Odessa, coming from the south.
Сверху, как вы знаете, с территории Белоруссии и с севера России наступают войска на Киев.
From the up front downwards, there are attacks from Belarus and northern of Russia going down south.
План был разделить Украину сразу пополам.
The initial plan was to divide Ukraine in halves.
И потом заставить президента и заставить всю страну капитулировать.
And then to make the president and entire country capitulate.
Поэтому аэропорт Херсон, у меня двойственное чувство все время. С одной стороны, мы его строили, вложили деньги, силу, а с другой стороны, мой аэропорт бомбят украинские войска, украинские силы.
At the same time, I have this dual feeling, because from one hand we invested over 30 million euros and we put our souls and powers in this airport, in developing its infrastructure, but in the other hand, since they're based there, we ourselves attack our own airport just to destroy them.
Это история одного из аэропортов Украины.
This is just a story of one of the many airports in the country.
Это история 2022 года.
And this is a story of year 2022.
Это вооруженные силы Украины.
This, what you see, is what Ukrainian air forces are doing to their
По
own
аэропорту
airport.
Чернобаевка.
They're doing this to their own airport to destroy Russian forces.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Это
Kucherov.
вот гражданский перрон мой.
This is our civil apron,
После-
full of their helicopters, military helicopters.
Таких ударов было уже больше 12.
As of now, we had more than 12 attacks like this in this apron.
Вот можно видеть на перроне, на гражданском перроне, две рулежки и вот вертолетная техника противника.
You can see the two taxiways of the civil apron, and this is the military equipment of
Вот не на аэродромной территории маленькие, это все танки, машины, вот сбоку на траве.
the small dots on the left you can see, those are the tanks of Russia and other equipment.
Звук. Вот уже известная свастика, буква Z.
This is the popular sign of the enemy.
Это снимают сами же русские.
This video is taken by Russians because our forces are not there.
Вот это мой терминал сзади.
This is our terminal at the back.
В Чернобаевке уже погибло 3 генерала российской армии.
In Chernobyivka, in Kherson airport, already 3 generals of Russia were killed.
Thank you so much,
Спасибо.
Mr. Vitaly Kucheruk. It's hard, really hard to find your words after this presentation and after the images that we saw. Thank you for presenting this reality. It's hard to face it. Also, I really hope that we offer you today the platform to present this reality and also to present your request. And I really hope that your requests will be listened and you will obtain the proper answers to your request and the necessary support. I don't know if we have time for questions. Yes? Okay, so we are opening the debate.
Any questions, ladies and gentlemen?
So you only have 5 minutes for questions, so let's have
Maybe no questions, because we are so impressed and emotional attacked by this. So maybe there are no questions?
Я хочу еще, если можно, буквально
If there are not
5 минут,
questions-
2 минуты, да? Можно?
Can
2
we
минуты?
have 2 minutes?
Yes, yes. If I have
опять
just a
уже-
second, because we don't have questions, I will give 1 minute to Mr. Mungiu and another minute to Mr. Lars Mordov, and I will give you 3 minutes to conclude. I think my other 2 panelists will understand the situation and will be generous giving more minutes to Mr. Vitaly Kucheruk.
I just want to take the floor to say that I am honored to be in the same panel with Mr. Kucheruk, and I cannot even begin to imagine what it means to live this nightmare of watching images of the place that you work, the place that you love most, being shattered and destroyed in this manner. And the European Commission and the European Union states fully stand behind you on the impression that it is a complete anomaly that ICAO states would vote to be among their leaders at the subsequent assembly in autumn, a state which violates in this manner not only the Chicago Convention, which is the basis of international aviation, but human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's, as you said, it's so breathtaking that I also want to say thank you for the clear opinion that you gave us today. I think especially we're from a generation that grew up in peace and always heard from our grandparents and grandfathers about the war, but it was far away, and now it's in the middle of Europe and it's cutting Europe in half. And I think the effects that we have discussed economically are less important, but also influential, of course, to more than just the Ukraine. So we have and we will stand together.
Thank you. Чернобаевке разрушены дома. Слава Богу, еще ни один сотрудник аэропорта не пострадал. Но есть жертвы в Чернобаевке. Злые русские солдаты расстреливают людей, если у них плохое настроение.
Chernobyl now suffers of civilian attacks. Luckily, none of the employees are the victims of this, but then civilians stay in line somewhere and they just get shot if Russian aggressors have bad mood.
Давайте, чтобы тоже эта платформа, на сегодняшний день мои сотрудники уже 2 месяца не получают зарплату.
As of today, my employees do not get salary for over 2 months.
Им нечем кормить семьи, они стоят в очереди за картошкой или за морковкой.
They don't have anything to feed their families with. They stay in line and they don't know for what. It's going to be potato or carrot.
Абсолютно. Марсель, я обращаюсь к тебе. Давайте организуем такую платформу. Европа очень много помогает. Помогает гуманитаркой, помогает одеждой, помогает военным оборудованием. Давайте мы что-то на этой платформе сделаем, чтобы помогать нашим тем авиационным людям, которые попали в такие ситуации, и туда, где не пускают гуманитарные грузы. Какую помощь может наша платформа Avian может помочь и организовать? Давайте благодаря вот этой нашей большой группе людей будем организовывать. Я готов круглые сутки работать, чтобы помогать нашим людям.
Marcel, I'm talking to you. Maybe we can do something useful on this platform. Yes, Europe helps a lot financially and military-wise and food and clothes, but maybe we can think of something to help aviation employees in Ukraine that are suffering because the humanitarian help cannot get into their region. Maybe us, a big group of active aviation lovers, can do something useful for them.
После любой войны всегда наступает мир.
After any war, peace is coming.
И я бы хотел, чтобы наша платформа открылась в Киеве, и мы там сказали, что мы тоже внесли вклад в этот мир.
I would love this platform to be opened in Kiev. I'm willing to work hours and days and nights, and let's do something useful in there.
Всех прошу включиться в эту работу.
We're asking everybody to be included in this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really hope that the peace will be restored in Europe and in Ukraine, and we can come with this event in Kiev. And just give me the opportunity, dear Marcel, to thank you to my friend and to my Romanian David Ciceo for being the host of this event in Romania and putting Cluj on the map of the important regional airports. And proudly, I can say that Cluj Airport is a model of good practices for developing a regional airport. Thank you so much.
Given the moment we just experienced, I decided to change completely the end of this show. I think this is appropriate.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
We have something. We have something in the sense you meant, but not in Kiev, but now. Please, our team, we distribute you white t-shirts right now. In case you want, and our camera team is ready to film that, we would like to have a white audience here. White stands for aviation, but also for peace, but not for peace to Russian conditions, peace for European conditions. Please, if you be so kind and take over your jackets. And maybe if you want one of these white t-shirts. Please bring also a couple of t-shirts here for the stage. And please, our media team, film this moment. I would like to mention that this symbolic act has been sponsored by Menzies Aviation. And Christian Paris, thank you for helping out here. Christian, are you here? Can you stand up? Yeah, Christian needs an XL t-shirt, by the way. Yeah. Also, David Ciceo, please, XL, yeah. Also for the team, the ladies, please, if you would like to participate. And our cameras are ready to capture the moment.
Das ist ja Werbung.
Good. Nevertheless, we continue with our last session. Please just stay here. Now we destroyed the closing anyway, as it was planned. Yeah. I think we have a video connection now. Sid, can you make the video connection? Now we go to Almaty in Kazakhstan. I think that's what I heard. And we go to another Ukrainian airline, which is Sky Up. And now I need my little... we're going to speak rapidly for closing the session to the CCO of Sky Up Airlines, Ludmila Slobodianyuk, who will be live with us, hopefully in a second here. Sid, are we ready? And in the meantime, Vitaly, we are ready, I think, to come to Ukraine. This aviation event, whenever the sky is closed, let's say. Open for civilians and closed for militaries. I hope that Henrik will also come. I think so. So, Sid, where would you stand with the live image to Almaty? Are we here? Claudia, I will hide behind you. Yeah. Ah, here she is. Hello, Ludmila. Welcome from Cluj, Romania. Can you hear us? Some sound, please. Sid.
Aus der Ukraine, Fluggesellschaft, habe ich so verstanden. Sky Up heißt die Fluggesellschaft, Sky Up.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you very much for being with us. Tell us, where are you now?
Now I'm anyway, I'm from Ukraine, so anyway, we'll say hello from Ukraine.
Okay. And SkyUp Airlines, give us roughly an overview. How many aircraft did you have before the Russian aggression invaded Ukraine?
Yeah, just before I start anything answering, I just want to thank all the participants. And I want to thank organizing team and you myself personally for the opportunity to speak not only about present but about future. Because we in Ukraine are in deep need to speak about the future, and which we strongly believe. And in the meantime, we used to have 15 aircraft before the Russian invasion started. And since 24th of February, 4 o'clock in the morning, when the order was sent to us to land all aircraft, to run all aircraft immediately because of war, one of our aircraft left in Greece to Ukraine, and unfortunately is not available now, but the rest of the aircraft are around the world. So 14 of them are in different parts in the world.
And you have been in Finland when it happened. That's correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I took my SkyUp. It was a conference in Tampere, and honestly, I could never imagine that it's necessary to protect her like this. Just my feeling sent to me that I should take her with me. Yeah, it was 4 o'clock in the morning when we got the message via urgent connections, which we have in airports. And the aircraft 4 already was now trained to Helsinki and then to Warsaw because we still had a feeling that we come back home. And by the way, since that time, I want to thank, first of all, the Aviation Authority of Ukraine, which continues to work on the shops and homes, but also I want to thank the aviation authorities of Romania, Moldova, Poland. These countries have become our second motherland since that time. They constantly issue permits for us to operating evacuation flights, cargo humanitarian flights. They walk around the globe, not to leave us with our pain, and not only by the medical aviation, but all citizens of these countries. We see what you are doing for us, we feel it, and we will never forget it.
Very good. Can you tell us, just a technical question still, where all the aircraft of your airline are right now? Still in Ukraine, or have they flown out, or both?
No, unfortunately, one of our aircraft is still in Ukraine. As you know, it's not available, and people from aviation will understand now that the records of all our aircraft are unfortunately only also in Ukraine, and we cannot reach them without the risks for life. The rest of our aircraft is around the world, in Chisinau, in Yasi, in Tallinn, in Sofia. One of them was in Izmir, has left today in the morning in Sharm el-Sheikh, so they're spread around the world because they were grounded immediately when we got the order, they were grounded immediately just on the where we were doing this.
And another question, again numbers. Do we know if any of your colleagues, employees of SkyUp Airlines, where they are they safe? Any information about that, or is it not possible to reach everybody?
Yeah, for sure. We were able to reach everybody. We have 1,300 people on board. Only 2 people was fired by their own desire since that time. Nobody was fired on our initiative. Nobody was left without payment. Unfortunately, we cannot say that all of them are at safe places now because, you know, it's prohibited for men to leave Ukraine now. And some of them, for personal reason, cannot leave just because they have parents, kids, and to find a job for them. We operated charter operation flights, and 3,000 people were carried by us. We operated cargo humanitarian flights and deliver essentials, medicines, food to the border, to the cities which are closest to the border of Ukraine. We're looking for at least opportunities, but each employee is taken care by the company, and we will continue to work hard to keep them on board.
Thank you for the moment. Theoretically, as far as I hear, except one aircraft where you have not in the exact knowledge of the status of that aircraft, let's say it like this, your airline could be back in service quite immediately, more or less, no?
You know, it's a double-edged question, because with the one side, airlines is ready to start operation immediately, but we should not forget that aviation infrastructure, including airfields, runways, equipment, air navigation equipment, was partially destroyed, partially damaged. You saw what's going on in Kherson. We have preliminary safety problems in Kharkov, in Vinnytsia, in Nikolaev, and so what I can ask you to do, if I can do this, I can ask you to initiate the creation, maybe in European Commission, the working group who should start working immediately on the future, because when the war was finished, and we strongly believe it will be, we need the understanding who will pay for all damages, equipment, and which financial sources could be found to restore their airports. And apart from this, we need to create special models to terminal charges, airport charges, air navigation rates. Honestly, we need not only financial meanings, but we need also participation of international experts, because we have never experienced this situation before, and we have preliminary estimation that it will be required between 3 up to 6 months to restore the opportunity to operate, if not with, full categories of airports, but at least with category 1. It will be possible with this term to arrange the operation.
Thank you very much. Stay with us. Nevertheless, please switch back to the Ukrainian flag behind us. Thank you very much, Ludmila. Emanuela, can you?
Yeah, Marcel, if you allow, I have to kind request if it's possible.
Yes.
So first of all, I know that my colleagues have already said about this, but I just want to underline that today our airspace is defenseless, and what we urgently need is S-300, the system which was developed to protect against aircraft and cruise missiles, is a decision for us, and we understand that it's not possible to close the sky. We know why, but still we can be asked to provide the equipment and weapons. We can protect our airspace. This is the first, and the second, I know that in aviation, everything, each equipment costs a portion, but it's not the case here. We started the initiative to paint one of our aircraft in livery to stop war, and we can ask airlines to support us, because we want to deliver this message that each shot and bomb in Ukraine kill not only Ukrainian, but kill the humanity. And it seems to me that our aircraft, our Ukrainian aircraft, they're not, only Ukrainian anymore. And it seems to me that all of you who are sitting now in this audience is a little bit Ukrainian as well, has become a little bit Ukrainian, because you also have started doing some things which probably you had never thought that you can do, and it's impossible many things. And for this reason, we kindly ask you to join to us. We're ready to share the design of the airflow aircraft with message "Stop War," because we strongly believe even that if Russian people were able to see what's going on in Mariupol, in Kherson, in Nikolaev, and Chernihiv, and Kyiv, doesn't matter, they would never support this war. So please, kindly ask in Ukraine we have such a proverb that you should dig ditches and peace will come.
Thank you very much. I think we leave these words like they are, Claudia. Yeah. Please, could you put the Ukrainian flag behind us so that we can take a last photo with all the people from the last panel? Almost? Yes. Okay, one last photo if you want. And then we close this session. I would like to ask the complete aviation event Cluj International Airport team to step on the stage. As well, I would like to ask the complete aviation event team to step on the stage, also for a last photo, because this is the end of aviation event. Thank you, David Ciceo and team, and thank you, Sorin, Paula, Ruxandra, and all other team members. Thank you, Sid, Anna, and all other team members on aviation event side. Please come here on the stage. We do a last photo. Don't be shy, come on the stage. And please, could you take some photos of that? Yeah. And I use the time when all the people coming up here to make an organizational announcement. I think, David, there are shuttles available to the hotel, in case you want to go to the hotel. There are shuttles available to the salt mine, where the excursion will happen. There are shuttles available a bit later from the airport to the wine tasting for the wine lovers like Adrian von Dörnberg, yeah, and many others. There are also shuttles available from the hotel to the wine tasting, so any combination is possible. So either you go directly to the salt mine, and from the salt mine to the wine tasting is 150 meters, you can walk that. Or you go first in the hotel or stay here. In any case, any combination is served land-wise, so that you can reach the wine tasting, which will start at 1900. So, in the meantime, I think we are ready here for a last photo. Everybody's here? Aviation event team is here.
Geh erst ins Hotel, ich muss meine Sachen wegbringen.
I think there's some people missing. The media team is missing from aviation event.
Ja, Salt Mine.
Media team is missing.
Ist auch ein Wine-Tasting.
More people coming here.
Glaube ich, beides kombiniert.
Very good. Katarina, you need to come here now. Yeshua is here. Yes, he's here. Where is Sid? Sid is behind. Ah, Sid is here. Sid needs to be in the middle. Sorry. Girls? No. He goes in the middle. With Paula. So, yeah. Last words before the photo shoot comes?
Mulțumim foarte mult. Thank you very much for your participation. In 15 minutes, the bus will be here. We will go to the salt mine underground. It is a very nice and old objective, very important for Transylvania, for Cluj region. We will go, it will be around 1 hour drive there. It is very nice. After this, it will be a very nice dinner nearby, and a wine tasting just from that region. Thank you very much. I consider it was a very successful debate regarding aviation. But first of all, I consider big applause for Marcel Rivalski. He did a great job. Secondly, my colleague Sorin Kostas, he is the manager of this event. Sorin. He is the manager of this event, and he worked a lot. And not last, the whole team. Congratulations and big applause for the whole team. It was a big effort. It was a lot of dedication for this event. Thank you very much, Marcel. Thank you very much, airport team, aviation event team. It was a joint work.
I think there are still some interviews happening now because media goes on anyway. So for those who want to be or should be interviewed, want to be interviewed, or will be doing interviews, we have now around about an hour. All the other people would leave in a moment, as David said, to the salt mine. I'm staying here a while because I need also to do some media work, but joining you then for the wine tasting, for sure, up there in about 2 hours. Thank you very much and see you later.